conversation where you're talking about guys who, like Mo, who have 3 top 1 finishes, like, it has the perfect profile inside the game, right? Titan is a guy who's made top 16 at Bren Chong. He's gone far in Queso. He's done well, better than 99.999 repeating % of players in Clash Royale. But we talk about how there's levels to this, right?
Yes.
Titan will beat the majority of the millions upon millions of players who have played Clash Royale. But there are an elite few, like let's call it about 20 or so, who I'm going to bet on against Titan or players at his level every single time.
Yeah.
Because Titan is brilliant, but Mo and his cohort are a different breed.
I think that's really a perfect way of painting the picture of what it means to be in the top 20 and what it means to be in the top 10. It's an exponential growth on ladder. It's the exact same thing finishing top 10 on ladder. So if you guys are hanging out there on Twitch or on YouTube, hop over to Twitch. Let us know who you think is going to win this first matchup of the day between Mohamed Light and Titan. Get those predictions in. We'll talk through them. And as Rich and I know, it's never fun to predict up here in the booth, but I have a feeling most people will probably lean in the direction of Mohamed Light. He's played a lot of competitive. You know, there's a lot more game tape on him, but when you're the best in the world, when you're the meta and conquering all the decks that seem to be dominant, it really puts it in a tough spot to go. I think Titan is going to come out on this best of 3 single elimination. Plus that team that Mohamed Light has behind him, whether it's Jebba's or in the past with Julesy, he's always had the top analyst in his corner.
Yeah, I mean, look, even in the best of situations, you give Mo or any player, like the best player in the world, 70, 30, 80, 20 chance, right? That's how Clash Royale works. You get some good analysis. One play goes wrong. It's a best of 3. Anything can happen. Titan certainly is in the fight here. But you are talking about Mohamed Light. It's kind of hard to make that comparison. And when we talk about Mohamed Light, you know, if there were any questions that were left to be answered about Mo, it was, can he shake off the specter of World Finals and of the only man really left to be a rival, which is Mugi. And last weekend, he beat Mugi not once, but twice, because he had to do the run-back final. Back-to-back BO3s, he bodied Mugi. And I think that was the last big thing that you wanted to see out of Mo. Right now, he's, again, I think at the best he's ever been, which is an insanely scary place to be.
I was just going to say the same thing. You talk about him being the best he's ever been when he was already the best we've seen in so long, maybe the best the game has ever seen. And right now he's coming out with exactly what you want to see Mohamed Light running, right? Running a champion, Golden Knight, one of the strongest champions in the game. He's got Miner in there. He's got his Tesla, right? We've talked about for over a year now Mohamed Light being the best Tesla player in the game, which is interesting because back in the origination, or is that a word? When the inception of Clash Royale, that wasn't really a conversation we had. And look at that Golden Knight dash. He's got those mechanics locked down. He gets on top of tower, and that cannon cart falls off of its wheels. Already up by 400 here early in this first matchup of our day.
Passing the midway point of regulation time. Graveyard now in for Titan. And not going to get the Skeleton King ability off, and that's the real danger with this deck as time goes on. That layered, you defend the Graveyard, then Skeleton King pops, or vice versa. Guards, though, we're going to be really nice until you see that Titan is playing arrows. So the Guards typically great against Graveyard when it's poison. Arrows plus Snowball does even the playing field just a bit.
100%, man. You look at Mohamed Light and what his best responses are. He might start playing that Tesla a little closer to his tower. Golden Knight, pretty good for cleanup, but it's really the best tank in his deck, especially when you want to talk about playing it up high on top of that Skeleton King, so he can get that dash off to clean up those little Larrys that spawn. So interesting defense here for Mohamed Light in consideration of that Graveyard and arrows.
Musketeer cycle to the right-hand side for Titan. Skeleton King in the back. EQ cycle beginning very early for Mo. And I'm curious about this one. I guess he talks about you can get back on the cycle pretty quickly. But EQ is often in these decks kind of an important part of your Graveyard defense. But look, he's already played 3 cards. By the time this Graveyard does pop, he's back to EQ again if he needs it. So very nice understanding of control of the board from the former prince, now pharaoh of Egypt.
And a great Musketeer up high there to clean up both of those Teslas. I also like the cycled Tombstone on the left-hand side of the map there by Titan, knowing that Mohamed Light is going to want to keep changing lanes playing this Miner control deck. He's not going to want to continue to go right into those Skeleton King plus Graveyard pushes. And already Mohamed Light in the lead, but this game feels like it's not completely in his control.
Yeah, Titan's got a pretty good understanding of the macro for this battle, and so far he's kept it very, very close. And the longer this stays close, there's going to be a sweet spot, right, between about 15 seconds from now and 75 seconds from now, where if he can create a little bit of a lead here, he makes it really hard for Mo to start to really cycle those EQs, but damage the opposite direction. But this is going to be that kind of sweet spot period for Titan.
Yeah, and that was a really, really nice strike there by Mo. The Zappies did predict that miner, which was a really good play by Titan, but a nice Fire Spirit plus Earthquake connection on the left-hand side. And now you see Mo changing up his defense. He goes high with the guards, low with the log, but still takes a lot of damage. Yeah, here you go. Ooh, me too. 985 to 940. Mo barely in the lead and behind an Elixir.
And he does not control the cannon cart. So cannon cart not going to totally change the story here, as that other lane is currently the one that he's more concerned about. But now you see Mo trying to put a little bit more pressure on. Here we are, triple Elixir, final minute, 720 to 985, and it is Mohamed Light in the lead. But Titan putting pressure on, and that Tesla, one tile to the right here, going to still help with the graveyard a little bit, but this is a good opportunity for Titan to cycle back around and put more pressure down.
Nice late EQ there, snowball to slow, and then a Fire Spirit to clean up. 846 to 546, 300 HP. Separate these two with 30 seconds remaining. A great first game to start our day. Miner in, Graveyard in. Who's going to come out on top?
Really great cannon cart. Look at the way that Titan's trying to spread his opponent out, trying to spread him as thin as possible. Now we have Zappy plus Skeleton King to the right-hand side. 3:14 remaining. Mohamed Light has to just maintain control for a few more seconds and not let some errant damage through. Graveyard into the left-hand side, 6 seconds left. EQ on the right. Does the miner do enough here? 36 HP, gets it done. Mohamed Light with a control masterclass, as we have said so many times before.
Yeah, that's really all you can call it. You know, he never gets too far ahead of himself. He recognized, okay, I can't play the two-lane game. I need to focus on one tower, which really means I need to lock down my defense, and I also need to vary up my defense. So we saw some attempted blocks at the river with the guards, earthquakes on top of the graveyard, a late log, a late Fire Spirit, all that spending an arm and a leg, and he really did a great job of controlling the graveyards as much as he needed to while still getting those miners on the board.
Well, I mean, you saw Titan doing what he had to do, right? Got a couple of great cannon carts up high that created pressure to the opposite lane after dealing with the Tesla. Like, Titan was doing everything to put Mohamed Light in a situation where one tile wrong means game over. And against most players, that one tile wrong, there's a 50-50 shot that's going to happen. It's very rare you see Mo make that mistake, and so Mo had to play on a razor's edge, and he played it the whole way through, held on. Game number 1 goes to our top player in the world.
And one of my favorite things about watching these top players in the world is their recognition of the defenses their opponents are going to play and the grasp of their cycle, right? Mohamed Light has always been so great at going, okay, this is what I did last time on defense. This is what he's going to attack me with. This is how I need to defend this time. I can't rinse and repeat the same thing over and over. And I'm always impressed by baiting out those spells in places where Titan or an opponent does not want to use them. Placing those guards up really high on top of the cannon cart means that Titan has to basically be hovering those arrows to get that cannon cart safely to the tower. But Mo is always just one step ahead. And you see right there, 10 miners coming down, 11 logs. The cycle on this deck is dirty at 2.9.
Well, you know what was really impressive to me about this one, and one of those ones where I'm sitting here taking notes for my future gameplay with decks like this, is I would have been so hesitant to be playing the EQs offensively. I know you have to win this matchup, but you're so afraid of not having the EQ back on defense for the graveyards. And you saw how often he was just going, okay, I understand the pacing of when I'm going to need that EQ on graveyard again. So it was when an EQ's not ready, or when graveyard's not ready, I'm earthquaking the opposing tower, and then I'm cycling back around, playing defense, getting that back to play against the graveyard. I mean, that was just brilliant management of the cycle from Mohamed Light. And here we go into game number 2, and Mo going with some drill spam.
Yeah, drill spam here. Magic Archer, you know NATO's going to get involved. Mohamed Light is so good with this deck. The best thing for Titan in this is he does not have the Golden Knight, right? The NATO plus the Golden Knight is such a great combination to get on top of tower, but obviously using the Golden Knight in game number 1. Magic Archer still locks onto the cannon cart. A NATO pulls it back for a lot more damage and no range. A really great first uppercut here from Titan.
Yeah, solid shot, and just like that, with A minute and 15 gone. He's way in the lead, 16:54. And interesting seeing different drill variations from both sides. And the giant skeleton being such a fascinating kind of resurgence in the last couple of months.
Yeah, that's really the only way to chalk it up. Giant Skeleton, one of the most popular cards in the game because of the current meta. You talk about how Beatdown is back. Giant Skeleton is a great way to kind of counter the Beatdown. Both these guys doing a bit of a stop and stare. Mohamed Light going to change lanes as he recognizes he's down by an arm and a leg on the right-hand side, so he wants to create a little pressure here over on that left tower.
And that's going to be drill to the side. Yep, there we go. And this is, we've seen sort of a change in drill placement here. You know, with the place the goblin spawns so often, you see drill placed at the front. And for a little while, people were going to the back just to try to create separation, but that would create a really long journey for the goblin. So now this goblin drill to the side there to still get the goblin close to tower, but create separation for things like the ghost has become the placement du jour for our French viewers of our goblin drills.
It's the soup of the day, man.
Soup of the day.
Magic Archer up high for Mohamed Light, trying to get a little more chip in on that left-hand tower, but it truly does feel like Titan has really locked down the interactions here. Doesn't hit that dash from the Golden Knight with the NATO on the cannon cart, but does get some damage and knocks the cannon cart off of its wheels.
And here we go, drill to that left-hand side. So far, that's been the damage for Mo, is just the drill surfacing, which, as you guys may have gathered, not so much coming in when it's just a drill going. So far, Titan playing a great game. And this is the interesting thing here, is that it's going to be really hard for Mo to get any significant damage going forward. It seems like we kind of reverse course, where at this stage, with that early lead, it's Titan who can pretty much just play solid defense. And as long as he makes no mistakes, he can do this exact same thing for a minute 45, he should have game 2 locked in.
And that's the exact sentiment that I was just going to say, is just that if Titan does this correctly, he does not need to look for any offense for this next 90 seconds. If he can find it, fine, but don't force it. You've got the game locked up, sewn up already. You know the only damage you can get is from a drill populating the map or that NATO coming down. Complete control in favor of Titan, but this is where that understanding of the macro, understanding competitive really comes into play, and that's a great Golden Knight dash. That could be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, you know, and I'm looking at this deck out of Mo. Normally this deck runs Golden Knight instead of Dark Prince, or it runs Dark Prince or Royal Ghost, and then has Golden Knight in it. I prefer the Royal Ghost version for a lot of reasons, including cycle and pressure. I think it does a better job with both of those. I don't really know the viability of this deck without a champion, and having run Golden Knight in game number 1, again, like, far be it from me to question the deck building of Jeebus and the choices of him and Mo, but this just seems like an odd one considering that this deck really does rely on that, especially in triple.
Well, you saw the effects of that, right? You saw that Golden Knight get on tower recently for Titan because of the NATO, because of the dash, and the synergy just isn't quite the same with the Dark Prince. The idea is there because of the splash damage from the Prince, but the synergy, not the same.
So here we are getting to the end, final 20 seconds, and Golden Knight might have enough room to do a little extra damage here, and you get the cannon cart in the middle to hold on. This was just, everything got kind of topsy-turvy early on Titan with the quick damage, and Mo just finding himself with no way to break through. So Titan takes it to game number 3, and possibly with a chance he could send Mo home early today.
Yeah, and that's something that not a lot of people can say they have done in the past, sending Mohamed Light home early. And for Titan, he's going, all right, game number 2, looking real fine. I mean, we've all been there before. You're playing against the Magic Archer NATO deck. They get hyper-aggressive early on. You think you got it locked down, and they just take a huge, huge lead. And when all this comes down to those first 30 seconds of gameplay, you talk about Mo using the NATO to activate King Tower on that drill. Seems like the correct thing to do at the time, but the problem is the Dark Prince up high plus the cannon cart just wasn't enough to get to the Magic Archer. Titan overspends with that NATO, and that's pretty much the game right then and there.
Yeah, this is a strange one. It's a curious deck selection, and Titan does a great job taking advantage of it. And now we go into game number 3, and keep in mind here that we're going to game number 3. Titan, we've already seen use both the Skeleton King and now the Golden Knight. More likely than not, he's going to play Archer Queen in game number 3, right? I don't really see a Mighty Miner deck. He could go with a deck that plays no champion and try to really go for something out there, but more likely than not, he plays Archer Queen in game number 3. Mohamed Light has not yet played Lightning, and it feels like the most likely thing to happen here is Titan plays an Archer Queen deck, Mohamed Light plays Lightning, and finds a way to lock that down. So the question from Titan's choice now is, do I try to go outside and come up with something that maybe Mo isn't expecting, or do I go down that lane? And we'll find that out here in a few minutes.
You look, I was kind of staring over here at the profile of Titan and looking at the decks that he's playing recently, and here's something to note. The only decks that he has not used a champion in was a minor control deck with Wall Breakers and Inferno Dragon. His battle history, every other deck uses a champion. And like you said, Rich, Archer Queen seems like the most viable option. Use Golden Knight, use Skeleton King. Mighty Miner has fallen a little bit down once the meta changed, especially in the E-Giant meta. Mighty Miner becomes pretty insignificant. So I do agree. I think he goes to AQ. The only deck that he's run AQ in his past battles that with the available cards is a mortar control deck with Valkyrie and Fireball, right? So it's one that was really popular a few metas ago. It's been popping up here and there. It's not the strongest mortar deck in the game right now. The strongest one is probably the Skeleton King Skarmy Bats version that is no longer available because Titan played Skeleton King in game number 1. So one thing that I've liked so far out of Titan, he's using champions in every single game. It's a best of 3. There's 3 champions right now that feel incredibly strong. I like that. And then when you talk about Mohamed Light using Golden Knight in game 1 and not in game number 2, when you talk about the synergy of that deck, it really did pay off for Titan, leaning into the strongest cards in the game.
Yeah, that was a huge one. And one thing I am curious about, because I'm looking at game number 1, Titan running that graveyard deck, and then game number 2, obviously, this drill deck. Another option here for Titan in game number 3 would be either Royal Hogs Archer Queen or Hog Rider Archer Queen, either of those EQ cycle decks. And that seems like kind of a likely proposition, especially given that we just saw Mohamed Light run NATO. So NATO out for Mo. Those are all possibilities. So now, again, we're playing that Mo has most of the spells, the big spells on the board, right? Having only played the arrows, the NATO, and the arrows, the NATO, and the EQ, or the log NATO and EQ. So it's very curious, sort of this guessing game they're going into, and I'm guessing that's why we're taking a little bit longer here to get into game number 3.
100%. Mohamed Light is kind of characteristically known as a guy that likes to take every second, maybe a few more in between dual mode matches. And, it's paid off in the past, and he kind of has the reputation to make us wait just a little bit because, like you said, Rich, there's so many things available. There's so many popular decks in the meta. You and I were kind of geeking out about that Igor 2.6 Hog Cycle deck before the stream today. There's obviously E-Giant Mirror that's really, really popular. One thing that we have noticed with competitive play is that E-Giant is just not quite as popular as it is in Grand Challenges and Ladders because it is such a brutal matchup conversation. However, I really do think the Mirror E-Giant deck can change it up just a little bit with Rocket in there. It changes the pace, and it changes the defense. So looks like Titan might be going with some form of bait. Mohamed Light, still to be told.
I wonder if Titan's running the Riley bait deck that's been so popular lately, which is a Mighty Miner deck. Which would be him betting that he's not up against E-Giant, which, now that we're seeing the Mother Witch, more likely than not, he is not up against E-Giant, so we'll see if that is, in fact, the direction that Titan's going.
It feels like it could be Royal Giant. There it is. Royal Giant comes down right now. Valkyrie in play. There's the Inferno Tower. You have to expect that's going to come out in this deck when you see the God Barrel, when you see the Valkyrie come down. And a nice lightning here from Mo, so a pretty good position to be in if you are the Pharaoh.
Yeah, I mean, lightning was almost a must-use, right? Yes. Because you're either going to be against Archer Queen or you need to send a breakthrough. Titan goes with the Inferno Tower. Lightning's not a perfect counter, but it's certainly a solid one. But it's when combined with the Mother Witch, getting those pigs in, we can see this thing really shine. So we'll see. Mohamed Light with an interesting choice going Lightning Arrows. And, of course, he's very happy to have those arrows here in game number 3.
And those arrows are the topic of conversation at the moment. You see right there, Titan pressing the issue with guards at the bridge, trying to see if he can bait the arrows out. Instead, Mohamed Light brings out that big hidden AQ instead, and now the arrows are available for that barrel. You see Titan maybe looking to predict something or trying to get a little bit of chip damage there. Not a lot out of it.
So almost entering our final minute of regulation, double elixir on its way, and Mohamed Light not running the oft-used, or doesn't seem like he's running the oft-used Giant Skeleton combination. We'll see if that is the last card here. This is kind of an irregular variation of Royal Giant. And Rocket Cycle onto the RG in the left-hand lane. It is Fishboy to round things out here.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that rocket. It's obviously not a horrible rocket. You see this RG not going to require the Inferno to come down, so being able to beat the cycle is Titan, and we'll see if Mohamed Light adjusts. I don't think he has to worry too much about the RGs behind King Tower, but instead he goes aggressive here at the bridge to protect this Archer Queen.
And Lightning will get in and does get on the Valk as well, so Royal Giant should get at least one. Doesn't get a second, but 1846 is the mark, as now Mohamed Light has to defend in the opposite lane with a very, very nice Goblin Barrel plus Fire Spirit push. Titan nearly tying things up as we go into sudden death overtime.
Yeah, Mother Witch firmly back in the meta. You see her with these Royal Giant decks the most. Doesn't make me the happiest as a guy that loves to play bait, but the Mother Witch is here, and she's here to stay.
Hey, here we go. Goblin Barrel to the right-hand side, directly into the Mother Witch. So, you know, it's interesting. I'm not 100% understanding the varied placement, unless you're just assuming, you know, that the arrows are out of cycle at the moment. But going for the outside placement, I think that makes troop defense a little bit easier. Nice rocket there on the AQ for Titan, who, just a quick note here, Andrew, he opted in game number 3 to go for a no champion deck rather than play that champion versus big spell guessing game.
And right there, Mohamed Light with the Goblin Cage just a little low. Dark Goblin gets on top of tower. Arrows are used on those goblins coming from the barrel. A log came in from Titan, also looking for maybe some skeletons. So I agree with what you were saying a moment ago about varying up where the drill goes. You got to just play it around the tower, because you never want to give your opponent in Mohamed Light an opportunity to defend without using those arrows, because then those guards become incredibly ineffective, like we're seeing right there.
And now second Royal Giant down. First one does get a shot. Mo needs to defend this barrel on the right-hand side and goes to the inside, does Titan. That's good damage here. That's rocketable. But can the Royal Giant do it? No, the Royal Giant, the pit gets it done! The pit gets it done! The rocket in flight, and Mohamed Light does pull it off. Unbelievable! What a finish to our first match of the day. Get out of here!
Oh my good lord, Mohamed Light raced to the finish, the sellout push. He knows the barrel's coming in. He knows he cannot defend it, so what does he need to do? He needs to win the game in a millisecond. Somehow, that little piggy held on for dear life, takes the tower, and Titan right now probably looking around going, what the heck just happened? How did I lose that game? Mohamed Light does what he does best, and he's moving on.
That was craziness. That's crazy. and that's what happens, right? That's, you know, you talk about, we say it a lot, it's often better to be lucky than good. I don't know how much of that. Let's go ahead and let's look at the last few pieces here. This is some of the early action with that Mother Witch, but this was the big, it seemed like the game clincher on the right-hand side with the barrel. The arrows come in, and one little piggy just stays up enough rocket in the air, and Mohamed Light, characteristic giggle on the left-hand side of your screen. Man, Titan was right there. He was right there, and just that one little pig gets through. He did everything right there. He did everything right there at the end. Man, just absolute brutal. And it came down to, you know what sealed that game? The choice of Lightning on Mohamed Light's side.
Yeah.
So it helped them break through, get that last little bit of damage, tower damage, get the shot from the Royal Giant. GG, well played. Oh boy, this is only match number 1, Andrew.
And that strategy that we're talking about of knowing that you have to play the Lightning, you called it early on. Why wouldn't you? AQ's probably going to come out. Some building is going to be on the board. Lightning is definitely the best card to pull. Comes through for Mohamed Light. And as we were talking about Titan kind of varying up where he was dropping those barrels, he did it perfectly at the end. He knew arrows was out of cycle mode, just use it at the river in the opposite lane. So he goes, okay, now I should vary up where I place my Goblin Barrel. He goes to the inside pocket. Skellies go to the outside. An insane amount of damage comes down. But my friends, it is so hard to beat the Pharaoh. Barely making it through with the spawned pig from the Mother Witch. We were talking about how she's back. And yes, he is absolutely happy that she was in his deck. He's moving on once again. And Titan almost able to eliminate Mohamed Light in the first game of the day. Yeah,
that was pretty wild. But of course, We have so much more to do today. We're going to watch, of course, 4 of our first 8 matches, some of our featured ones today. And coming up next, this is a big one. Just coming off of a top 3 finish where it really felt like he had a brilliant shot at a golden ticket. It's Viper, who's already qualified for the golden ticket final in this event next weekend, up against one of the all-time great Turkish players in Oslon, who had to grind his way in to this competition, as he often has, who's certainly going to be, I would call him a live underdog in this matchup.
100%. I mean, you talk about against Aslan and his kind of following in Turkey, what he's done in competitive play. You know, we saw him a lot in Game Stars last season. He did show up in CRL round 6 and round 3, 16 in round 3, 32 in round 6. He's been on the cusp for so long, as has his opponent, but Viper's definitely been a tier above against Aslan. So we'll see if he can really put it together today. I haven't seen a lot of his competitive in 2022. He was one of my favorite players to watch back in 2021. He's a guy that can really play a lot of different decks. I saw him go heavy a little bit, or he favored heavier decks a little bit more than those really quick cycle decks back in the day, but a lot has changed since then. But when you talk about the person that he's going up against in Viper, this does feel like Viper in his final form.
Yeah, I mean, Viper in his final form indeed, but then the question kind of arises, what happens at that end? Because we saw some brilliant plays. We saw Viper in the Masters Challenge last weekend in that final where he stole a game back from Air Surfer in a match that should have been tossed, right? And then this brilliant play with Hogexy NATO at the bridge, the end against Mugi, where he predicted the Magic Archer with a NATO at the end and saved the game from one shot. But then it's sort of, the wheels came off. Now, again, you're up against Mugi, you're up against Mohamed Light, but we saw Viper, we saw maybe the nerves hit Viper a little bit there when he got to the finish line, and that might be the last big question to answer is, how do his nerves hold up when he's there in those final moments, in the biggest moments? And that's something that he has yet to answer.
That's a great point that you make, because those nerves are something that you can really only practice at the highest level of competitive play. Viper being a ladder god for as long as he has, he doesn't probably feel the pressure as he does, the same as he does when he's in competitive play. So he just needs to continue to get to that top 3, that top 5, to kind of work on solidifying those nerves.
So here we go. Minor, is this going to be minor Giant Skelly Loon out of Aslan, or just a minor control deck? We'll see as time goes on. The bats do make it feel like Loon, and we saw this played last weekend at the Masters Challenge. This was actually the deck that Viper picked in his Game 3 against Mugi that ended up being kind of a tough situation for him. So if that's the case, Aslan running one of Viper's major deck pool picks against him here in game number 1.
So we see Viper set up that tombstone in the back left-hand side. So Gens goes to the opposite lane with the miner. No problem there. Most likely looking at Royal Giant here at the bottom of our screen. We'll see if Mother Witch is going to come into play at all. That'll be really nice for the bats. There they are. And not a bad start for us here in the booth.
Not bad at all. Poison, not bad for Aslan here on the right-hand side as well, as he does extend that league with a nice log there that cleans up all but the last skeleton in that left-hand push, but the Royal Giant will get on tower here for at least 2, maybe a 3rd shot, depending on that miner. And does it get a 4th? Oh, wow. My word. And don't get a 5th. There you go.
That's one of those situations where you go, I feel like Aslan should have spent just a little bit more on defense. Maybe he didn't have it. Maybe he was worried about playing too many baity cards right on top of that RG. But allowing that many shots in this early on already spells trouble for someone that looks like they're going to try to do their work through that minor poison.
Skeleton King to the left-hand side now, so it is just a mortar control deck out of Aslan in the end. Not going with the Loon here, as Log cleans up the Giant, or the Skeleton King early on, and now it's Aslan's turn to fire back in the same lane.
Right now we're looking at like a pretty good matchup for Viper. He's got the Mother Witch to deal with all the bait cards. He's got the Skeleton King to be a secondary tank. And of course, he's able to fireball those mortars off of the board. And with where Aslan is damage-wise at 24-22 to 17-18, he's going to have to make some miracles happen in terms of getting a mortar probably on tower. And there we go. There's the mortar right now.
Mortar in. Fisherman's going to go down fairly quickly, and he's just trying to erase all those zappies if he can, but it's not going to get the mortar on tower here. Mortar does work against the Royal Giant. And typically, Mortar is so strong against Royal Giant, but the damage so far, especially this Fireball play, it feels like Aslan maybe just his cycle's been awkward, has not been able to put together the defenses against the Royal Giant you'd hope with a Mortar deck.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing a Mortar control deck like this, you need to have some semblance of control. And right now, Aslan is really kind of playing from behind this entire game. Makes it so that he can't control the map with that Mortar. He can't make sure those miners are as threatening as they are. Although this one miner putting in some great work brings us within 700 damage.
Royal Giant left-hand lane. There should be a Mortar defensively this time. There you go, nice and low. And Miner to help out with the DPS a little bit on that Royal Giant. But again, look at this. Just the late play with the Mother Witch as the defense is forced to come in, creating actual counter pressure in the opposite lane. This time Mother Witch does get in front of the Royal Giant. Bats going to work, 45 seconds left, and still things firmly in control for the Frenchman.
And that looks like a good fireball there for Viper, and he goes for it. Nice fireball coming in, and yeah, like you said, that Mother Witch is just so dirty. Her, like, second push or her second effort that comes in after the push is already dead, cleaning up whatever bait cards that were used. And this is actually a pretty good hit here. You see the Mother Witch coming in high, but one bat is on tower, and that Giant Skeleton is really starting to get real close to anything that that Giant Bomb would like to go off on, but instead goes right to the King Tower.
This is some pretty aggressive cycle on the right-hand side. This is what Aslan needs, and he gets it! And he gets it! Unbelievable. Aslan figures out the pressure is in, and the opposite direction play with the Royal Giant, you know, maybe a bit of an overexpenditure there on the side of Viper. Doesn't pick up, and as soon as Aslan saw that, he just went all in on the left-hand lane, snuck right on through, and stole game number 1 back from Viper.
And you see kind of the recognition by Aslan going, oh, all right, this last Miner plus Bats push with a Giant Skeleton in tow kind of made Viper sweat a little bit. Let's try it again with the full sellout push, because that Mother Witch came in high and late. But you saw that second one. He goes, all right, you want to play that Mother Witch up high? She's going to go down because the guards are right there as well. The Giant Skeleton is controlling the map, and just a beautiful late game send there. Look at that. Musketeer on tower, Bats on tower. He has to fireball high, and Aslan with a smile going, all right, I was able to come back in a very, very rough start.
Yeah, I didn't check the time left on the match, but it really did feel like doubling down on offense there for Viper might have been the inappropriate move when there was so much already at the bridge before he was playing the Royal Giant. So very curious last few seconds there, or last few moments, and Aslan goes ahead and takes it. And again, we talked about it before, Aslan's been a guy who's been in the mix for a long time. Had a moment in the first half of 2021 where it looked like he could be a world finalist. Didn't end up turning out that direction, ended up 64th overall on the season standings, missing out on the last chance qualifier. But Aslan overall is a guy who's been, like we've talked about, a few guys. Titan's one of those guys as well. Aslan's been there. A lot of these guys who, and not even meant in a disrespectful way, they've been B-tier pros. They haven't quite cracked into that into that I'm a consistent member of every conversation in professional Clash Royale, but they've been right there where they have flashes of greatness. And Aslan definitely taking one good step in the right direction for his 2022 campaign here with his first game against Viper.
Yeah, you know, you talk about Aslan and that, like you said, B-tier level of pro, and these are the type of matches you have to win. Have to be able to come back from going down early. You have to be able to recognize the matchup and recognize the weaknesses in it. And that's really what it's about, become that S-tier type of player, that and consistency. So we'll see if Aslan can continue to move in this set as we get to game number 2. And he's going Golden Knight again, so champions out in the first 2 games here.
Viper with what looks like it's going to be Royal Hogs most likely. We'll see if that's the case. With the cannon, the log plus delivery. Delivery usually means Royal Hogs rather than Hog Rider, but obviously could go either direction.
Yeah, a really, really popular deck maybe 2 metas ago. It was actually the deck. Everyone was running it. It was so overpowered. The Earthquake cycle was absolutely brutal. This deck alone caused the emergency nerf on the Earthquake, on tower damage, just because the cycle is so quick. The defense is so good. When you talk about pairing that Royal Delivery with the AQ, it's very, very difficult to break through, and that is only an 8 elixir defense. Then you still have the Skellies in case you have a single target DPS unit that's really, really beefy, and then the cannon. And so the cycle on this deck, the defensive capabilities on this deck are so powerful, and then you talk about the offense, whether it's Hogs or Hog Rider, so quick to get around and get them back on the board.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. It's one of those things where this deck was already crazy powerful. I blame that the mirror. I think the mirror has done more to disrupt this game, and I'm always the one who says disrupt the meta rather than balance the meta. The mirror has changed this game in such strange and uncomfortable ways, and when people realized how fast you could cycle mirrored EQs, that was the one where the devs just had to be like, okay, EQ has to finally be nerfed. It was already OP. That level, what was it? 16 mirror or level 15 mirror, whatever it is. The double mirror level was just bananas for the EQ. So EQ goes the way. Maybe EQ will get a slight buff back if mirror ever gets nerfed. But right now, the nerf needs to go to Oslon because he's just putting insane pressure on this right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, Viper has just been playing out of sorts today. You saw right there, playing the cannon up high to get on top of the Goblin drill. Not a great play when you know your opponent's going to run Magic Archer. Viper's tried to predict the Magic Archer twice, once with the Fire Spirit, once with the cannon. Neither have been successful. And Aslan doing a great job of just patiently playing, and that is getting him cannon carts on towers. That's getting him Magic Archers on towers. Viper playing a lot more like someone who is excited to be here today than someone who won our first split.
Yeah, I mean, he does already have that locked-up trip to our Golden Ticket final next weekend, but, you know, considering the sort of the struggle we saw him have at Masters Challenge despite making top 3, and it seems crazy to say struggles, but he did have some significant struggles, and then kind of the stuff that we're seeing here. Now, look, is this a difficult matchup? Sure, he has no really great answer to those drills, and you're seeing little NATO work there to add that. His cannon ends up being kind of a goofball card in this matchup. It can help control the middle, but against what, really? This is a tough situation for him, but he does seem, as you said, to be playing out of sorts.
And then Aslan has so many great options to defend against those Hogs. He's got the Golden Knight Dash, he's got the Royal Ghost, he's got the NATO plus the Ewiz plus the Magic Archer. There's so many things, and then if you need a panic button, because he has so much damage on the board already, he can play that drill to lock down those piggies. So Viper gonna have to play through a very, very tough spot that he is currently in. 2478 and 1887 are the two lowest towers on the top of the screen, and obviously 675 is the tower to beat.
Yeah, you're just so far behind at this stage. I mean, look, you can log EQ. Keep in mind that it's not just the Earthquake nerf that came in when Mirror got crazy, but it's also Log was recently nerfed as well.
Yeah.
So Log's tower damage, not the same. This deck is an interesting choice out of Viper overall. Certainly still viable. We've seen it played in the competitive level, but it's one of those ones where one of the things that made it so strong, that last-minute spell cycle, has been significantly undercut, and these final 20 seconds is where he really needs that.
Exactly that, because what is this deck the best at in Triple Elixir? It's not getting piggies on the board, it's cycling EQs and cycling logs, and making sure that when that AQ is on the board, you got the 3 Elixir cycle to get those spells back out. So a very quick 2 up and 2 down here for Viper. Game number 1, a lot closer. It felt like Viper was going to lock things down with that Royal Giant. But here in game number 2, it was all Aslan all day. And so Titan gets eliminated in our first match, and now we see Viper going home in our second. But as Rich was reminding you guys, he will be there next weekend, and you should probably be there too, as we give away our golden ticket finally here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
That's right, Saturday, June 25th, next weekend, same time, same place. You'll be able to see 8 of the top players in Europe, Middle East, North Africa vying for a shot at World Finals. And Viper will be one of those 8. Aslan's still trying to make his case for that. And I mean, this is again that spending on the left-hand side. It was so hard for Viper to put together any legitimate defenses here because, again, no great answer for those drills. No phenomenal answer. And you see, of course, the Golden Knight dashing in behind. Aslan's been a part of this Turkish Clash Royale scene for a very long time. Turkey, this game is insanely popular. You can't stream a Clash Royale competitive match without Turkish fans coming in and demanding that one of their stars gets seen on screen. Aslan's not the one they're always asking for these days, but he's certainly one of those ones who has helped carry him in a central part of Turkey's competitiveness in international competitions. The Turkish squad has been successful in no-tilt worlds, in CR worlds, and all these different competitions, and he's been a tent pole for that overall squad.
And to talk about that awesome Turkish audience, you know, that was the first time I kind of recognized the weight that Aslan had in the competitive scene. As we hop into match number 2, was when we were doing Game Stars last year. It was like, oh wow, look at the viewership go up every time Aslan is in there. Every time he's playing, the chat is flooded. And just to talk about what you were saying once again, Rich, about the 4 other competitors, just to remind everyone at home, Rosennovel, Viper, Inaraj, and Morton. Those are the 4 that are going to be there joining whoever the top 4 are today. Obviously, Viper not going to have to give away a spot as he's already been eliminated, but he will be there next weekend to join those other 4 players. Waiting to see who's going to come out on top. Hoping Mohamed Light isn't one of them, but tough to think that Momo isn't going to be in the top 4 after a great back and forth opening set there against Titan. She barely squeezed through. I think it was what, like a half a second before that rocket got on tower. So those are the 4 players that these guys are going to be looking to join next weekend. And already we're through to our 3rd matchup of our top part of the bracket today.
Here we go. Sosa out of Germany up against the former world champion, at one time best player on the planet, Reuben from Team Queso, and they both had to go through similar routes here, put more than one tournament in to qualify for the event. Reuben, you know, if there's been one knock on Reuben as we've gone into the dual mode phase of Clash Royale, it's that his deck pool has been moderately predictable compared to what you would expect out of a player of his caliber.
And when you're early in a tournament, that's something that you can get by on. But when you start working down to that top 8, that top 4, and especially that grand finals match, you know there's a team working against you. So we'll see if Reuben is able to innovate today as he goes up against Sosa, an 87-58 ladder player. As you can see there, number 12 finish on ladder. When you look and you see what he's done already, he was 20th in the Brenchong Golden Edition this year. He was 12th in the Masters Challenge. So he's been trending at least in the correct direction.
And, you know, you talk about Sosa, you could talk about him very similarly to a guy like Hasiel out of Mexico, where Hasiel's kind of coming out party from a competitive standpoint was winning the ESL Mobile Open in North America back in 2021. Same thing here for Sosa, who won the ESL Mobile Open in the European region, the Europe, Middle East, North Africa region last year in 2021. So both of those players, kind of those guys who are young players who made their first breakout in ESL Mobile Open and who are continuing to try to make their name as an overall competitive pro.
Yeah, when you talk about that ESL Mobile Open that was in 2021, a lot of the big names that are showing up more and more in the competitive scene are people that were top competitors in those competitions. And as you can see with the NA region and, of course, Europe, Middle East, North Africa, the talent pool is very, very top tier. Because it's 6 weeks of open qualifiers, because you have technically that like golden ticket through to finals here, and then you have the rest of it being based off of points, that's, again, rewarding consistency. So sometimes you'll get that, I guess that bottom, what is it, like 7 through 16 being some of the better players, even though they weren't able to pick up a win early on in the open qualifier. That consistency, that repetition really does shine through here. And when you talk about the Europe, Middle East, North Africa region, we have some of the biggest names in this competition in all of Clash Royale. So those ESL Mobile Opens have always been a great way to test kind of like, okay, these are the top tier players out of this part of the world. I'll probably be seeing more of them when it really matters at World Finals, which, by the way, esports.clashroyale.com, you guys may have seen the updates, the dates, the $1 million prize pool. World Finals has a lot coming your way.
Oh yeah, it's going to be an exciting end of our summer into our fall for Clash Royale League overall, and it's going to be a chance to kind of dig in and see what players could do when it comes to long-term success, because so far these competitions, they've been grinds, but they have really rewarded this golden ticket portion where the summer series, more information coming on that, is going to be a longer performance for players trying to make their way through. So very curious to see how that one shakes out as we go into our 3rd live match of our round of 16. Team Queso's Reuben defending our former world champion at the top, and Sosa there at the bottom.
Yeah, great to see Reuben back out here. Looks like he's hanging out at home, not in Team Queso headquarters, as we're so used to seeing him. and a slow start with barb barrels out in either direction.
Yeah, it's taking it easy here for a moment, and then Sosa cycling the Royal Ghost at the bridge. And, you know, that's one thing Jax, the North American bridge spam player, has said is if you're cycling Royal Ghost early, cycle it at the bridge and make them respond to it rather than putting it at the back of your tower and giving them time to decide how they want to respond to it.
It's such
just
a
there.
Yeah.
I'm saying you saw the payoff right there with Reuben kind of being like, oops, I didn't quite get that right. And that's a lot of damage early.
And that's exactly the right verbiage to use. I didn't quite get that right, because when you talk about defenses against Royal Ghost, obviously the best one in the game is to surround with the skeletons, but that will still get a hit on towers. So the Royal Ghost pressure is one of the most frustrating in the game. You see, once again, not going to get on top of that Goblin Cage. He's going to go right on through to the tower, so Reuben has to overspend again. Reuben looking like he could be going with some form of maybe Royal Giant, maybe Graveyard, but looking, or it could even actually be at this point, could still be Golem. So a lot of options still available for Reuben. Bottom of your screen, there's the Golem. Bottom of your screen is going to be the Royal Giant, and you see immediately going with the Golem when that Fish Boy's played in an inopportune spot by Sosa.
Yeah, and that's going to be a nice connection with the Golden Knight as well. That's a nice E-Spirit to turn the Golden Knight back around, but still damage done. And a little lightning to cap things off, 1175, just like that. Reuben takes back the lead, but he has to defend this Royal Giant, and he does not have much in the tank for it. Gets the cage down, but going to take a couple of shots here.
Yeah, the lightning going to come down. A very nice placement there on the Mega Minion, out of lightning range, but Sosa back in the lead. And one thing I was going to talk about kind of in our pre-match conversation was this is definitely a must-win situation for Reuben. We talked about how fickle the audience can be in any competitive sport, especially Clash Royale. You know, I even put myself kind of in the hot seat by saying, you know, Reuben, he's fallen off a little bit. You're like, bro, what are you talking about? This is a moment where people are going to love, if you're not a fan of Reuben, to go, yep, he's totally fallen off. He lost in this competition. He's done for. And so it feels like heavy lies the crown, even though it's been a bit of time since Reuben was technically the best player in the world.
What an interesting lightning choice there, and it looks like it's paying off other than can he defend this opposite direction. Lightning just the Fisherman to get it off the board and make room for the Golem. I don't know if that's going to end up being the right call here in the long run. He does get back to Lightning on defense, but he has nothing for this Royal Giant. Royal Giant going to get one, going to get two, going to get three. Here comes number 4. GG, well played. You understand the idea of what Reuben was going for, but when you spend 6 against 3 against Royal Giant decks, man, that feels like you're leading with your chin.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. That, and of course the missed Royal Giant or Royal Ghost interaction at the top of that game. Reuben drops the oops. He takes a lot of damage. He maybe would have been able to survive one more offensive push had he not taken that damage early on. And I completely agree about the lightning. You know, not only is that spell not available anymore, but one of the best spells in the current meta right now not being used to its utmost. In that moment, Rich, honestly, I would have loved to see a NATO. I think if he NATOs that Fish Boy in real tight to that right-hand tower, maybe then the Fisherman gets a little distracted by a different unit, or that Golem is still close enough to tower that the Fish Boy is not going to pull it and can still get the death damage. So maybe it's not in cycle. Maybe Reuben wasn't sure if he was going to be able to pull it where he wanted, but that would have been a better trade, right? 3 for 3, and then you can actually defend with that lightning if you need. So great stuff there by Sosa, not getting blinded by the light when you're going up against a world champion.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if that, I understand the idea behind that lightning play. That feels like a triple elixir play as opposed to one that was made at the point that he made it. So it's an interesting choice there. And again, you said, Sosa not getting blinded by the lights in this case. You know, I think it was early on he realized that he had the defense pretty well locked down. You know, the Golem was not going to just smash its way through. He was able to clog things up nicely so that the Golden Knight wasn't able to run roughshod on his right-hand tower. So overall, very nicely played for Sosa as he takes the lead. And this is our second of our top-tier players who finds himself in trouble early on in their match.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you talk about him being in trouble, it's an interesting conversation. You and I love, and so do the top pros, love talking about outplayability decks. Golem is never really going to be that deck. However, since Reuben maybe hasn't been in the spotlight as much as of late, He goes, let me go something a little heavier, a little bit less interaction based, something that I can overwhelm them with in game number 1. That way I can kind of get my feet below me, get my feet beneath me, excuse me. And then maybe in game number 2, he goes for something a little bit more high interaction, because I do believe if you're in a tough matchup spot, or if your opponent really knows how to defend that golem, then you're not putting yourself in a place that you can outplay them. You're waiting for them to make a mistake, and Sosa just didn't do that.
Well, what it also tells Sosa is that Reuben's not playing his normal deck pool, right? He's known for Royal Giant, Loon, and Hawk, right? He plays the heck out of all 3 of those. And playing Golem with Lightning the first game, you're telling him, hey, I'm not going to play Royal Giant, right? So already, or at least if I do, it's going to be a Fireball or EQ variant, which could be possible, I guess. But a lot of things for Royal Giant now kind of out. And we see here Reuben going Graveyard in game number 2. So already giving very different looks is the former world champion.
Right? I mean, in game number 1, it made sense to be aggressive because that Fisherman was played out of cycle. But the Graveyard coming in this early in game number 2, I just don't really like it. You know, it's pretty ill-advised, especially against a deck that cycles this quickly. I mean, he already knew what he was playing against with the first 3 cards played.
Yeah, no, you know that fairly quickly. Yeah, look, I mean, there was, I can't remember if it was like, who was it? Termisfa, maybe, when we were on set for 2019. Just, he was talking about some variation of Graveyard. He was like, the #1 rule with this variation is just don't play Graveyard until double. That was the whole perspective. Now, has that changed? Have the concepts of don't play Golem until double, don't play Graveyard, have those concepts changed drastically? Sure. But it's still one of those things where against cycle decks, early Graveyards, unless you definitely have that cycle locked down and you know all of their counters are gone, it does still seem ill-advised.
Yeah, and you see right there, more damage coming in, an easy defense, basically going to be even in Elixir here. Technically, Sosa looks like they're up by about a half Elixir, so a good spot to be in for him, and he misses the EQ, a nice high Mortar there. Mortar will get on tower. No, excuse me, it turns around and goes to those Hogs.
And good job with the Skeletons to split just in case out of Sosa. Still hold on to that lead, 2002 to 2485.
And the combination of the Skeletons plus that delivery make it really difficult. So now you see Reuben actually going, all right, if the Skeletons delivery up high is your go-to play on my cannon cart, let me get the Graveyard to tank for my cannon cart. Now you see a little bit of success coming out of it. Reuben technically in the lead by 3 HP.
And EQ coming on the right-hand side does change that story back immediately, but Reuben now ahead in Elixir and does have the Valk on the board. So this could be the big shift he needs. More are going to come in high with the Inferno Dragon behind. And that Inferno Dragon really is more about setting up this next Graveyard push to the left-hand side than anything else, or at least giving him good options in both lanes. Cannon Cart goes to the right as we are in sudden death overtime.
And I was just going to say, one of the things that Reuben needs to kind of abuse is splitting where the Cannon Cart and the Inferno Dragon are, because the best responses to both of those cards are going to be the Skeletons plus the delivery. So if you can get them going in opposite lanes, you can create a lot more pressure defensively for Sosa.
And now dual lane pressure here with towers matched up 1782 on both sides, as we are just 16 seconds away from triple Elixir. This is where Reuben can really put the pressure on, and we can really start cycling those Graveyards heavily. But this is a pretty heavy Graveyard deck, so we'll see how much you can actually put down.
And we see right there, Inferno working down the right-hand side. Opts to go Zappies as the tank instead of the Cannon Cart. Cannon Cart cycled in the back. Probably a Mortar defensively here. No, Reuben just decides to go, I need to get more units on the board, crossing the bridge to tank for my GY, so he eats a good amount of damage.
And now he also knows that those pigs are going to get right back around. And here we go. Mortar high, Cannon in reply to the Mortar. Cannon play from Sosa has been on point so far. Really doing a good job of controlling the bridge and the middle. Graveyard and Snowball takes count of the Skeletons and forces the Archer Queen out. Cannon right now from Sosa to try to control. 28 seconds left.
And that's a lot of beefiness on the board there. Cannon Cart will get on tower. Log knocks it off. Really nice timing there on that log. And you can see Reuben starting to turn up the heat. 10:44. Piggies in on the right. Graveyard in on the left. Cannon on tower.
These Piggies. Wow, Cannon Cart gets in. GG, well played. Sosa was playing a great game for so long, but triple Elixir against Graveyard is always such a gamble. You're playing roulette, and pretty much everything is unpredictable. Man, what a great finish there for Reuben.
Yeah, you talk about Reuben going, all right, this is okay. I'm still in the game. I haven't let this get out of hand. I just need to keep stacking my beefy units on the board, and I need to make sure my Inferno is always on the opposite side of my cannon cart. That way you're not getting too much out of that Royal Delivery, you're not getting too much out of those Skellies. And once Reuben had 2 cannon carts on the board working in opposite lanes, that was a moment where Sosa probably felt the pressure and maybe should have just doubled down on defense instead of sending in those Royal Hogs over and over and over. That's maybe the only thing I can pick apart in Sosa's late game, is that, you know, he was trying to create pressure, but you can see right here, that pressure that he created on the right-hand side opts to make that cannon connect on the left. So that was a moment where instead you go, all right, let me pump the brakes offensively. Let me just slow down. Let me get some more defense here. Let me make sure that cannon cart isn't a problem. And the cannon cart really started to overwhelm.
Well, it's not dissimilar to the Royal Giant we saw Viper play at the end near our last match, right? Where you're trying to make sure you're staying in the damage hunt rather than preventing the damage first. And so that was a tough one overall for Titan. But you called it right on the nail on the head there, Andrew, where he was, instead of playing the mortar, he was getting more units on the board. And preparing himself for that next push. And then, of course, we saw the Inferno Dragon working very, very quietly against one pig. Reuben was doing a great job there late game of just making sure the board was flooded so he could support those graveyard pushes.
And that was just, you know, you kind of introduced the min-maxing verbiage into Clash Royale, because that's exactly what Reuben has always been one of the best in the world at, is going, all right, I need to take damage. If you guys don't remember what Reuben used to do back in the day, let me remind you really quickly. Let's play Clash Royale for a few minutes. This is super fun, right? Here comes the push that's going to ruin your life. He's always been that guy. Methodical, patient, and precise in his execution, and you saw it right there. He opts to take damage. He doesn't play the mortar anymore because that mortar is just going to give EQ value. No matter what, that's still going to be a +1 trade for Sosa, and it's still going to get value every single time. That EQ, 0 value when you're stacking cannon carts behind Valkyries. So I love what Reuben did there, and a great reminder of how Reuben plays. Wait, decimate.
Wait, decimate. Wait, decimate. Hey, you know what? I like that here on an early Saturday morning. You know, when you talk about Reuben and the history of Reuben's gameplay, for a long time, I think the primary focus was the micro, right? I mean, I remember our Spanish counterparts when we were on set for 2019 just talking about the beautiful micro of, like, I love the way that they would get so passionate describing it. But the macro conversation is so key, and I am realizing now that we're this deep into it, Sosa's Melody. So the Melody made top 12 in Masters Challenge last weekend. Man, I don't know what the name change is about, but this is Melody for those of you following at home. And I am also seeing some people in the Twitch chat recognizing that as well right now. So, man, we need to get these names all dialed in.
I know, they keep changing them up. The stats lined up for Melody, but the name said Sosa, and here we are. We're just reading what the prompter says. There's no prompter.
Santiago?
So Sosa going with Miner, Valk, and Cannon Cart early is his strongest cards. Bats come into the mix on both sides, and Reuben just chipping away with that Miner on the bottom left-hand side. 26-46 to 25-30.
Dark Prince maybe here thinking he might be against Drill in our final game.
Yeah, why
Dark
not?
Prince,
it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's so interesting, though, because there's so few situations where I see a Dark Prince, and I feel like I'm excited to see the Dark Prince in that deck. It just seems like it's underperforming right now in the meta.
Yeah, I agree. It just feels like there's so many better options. The Royal Ghost, a cheaper option. The Golden Knight, a same but better, you know, in terms of that dash and still being able to clean up. You know, Golden Knight is a great cleanup for Drill. It really is. You're able to kind of get that chain dash off, and a lot of times you're able to get another dash down later on as that Golden Knight crosses the bridge. And you look at the work that's already been done here by Reuben. Not a lot played, but a ton of damage already in.
High with the Mortar. EQ to work against that, plus Log. Mortar does get one shot, though. And Fireball tries to combo with the Mortar on the Archer Queen, doesn't get it done. But the Dark Prince does not get in front of the AQ. Valkyrie takes care of business.
Yeah, and that was one of those situations where Reuben goes, okay, worst case scenario, Dark Prince doesn't get in front. I can use the ability, a very, very nice high played Valkyrie there to get on top of both. That's really one of the strongest things about the Valkyrie in the current meta is, all right, Archer Queen's going to come across the bridge naked. Cool, I can tank that no problem, and we won't get any damage in. However, if it's ever supported, that Archer Queen, if she goes invisible, the Valkyrie will still put in damage if it's placed in the right spot. So good stuff there by Sosa, who is now technically back in the lead.
14-19 to 14-49. Miner to the left-hand side, goes to the back outside corner. AQ on the right does not pop the ability, but Reuben still takes the lead as we go into sudden death.
Game 3 of match 3. Reuben takes game 2. Sosa takes game 1. And you talking about that looking for the predict on the mortar by Reuben? Yeah, it's a tough one, man. And the missed fireball there from Sosa. So a blessing from the Clash Royale gods in both directions. But that last shot by the mortar, oof, brutal.
Yeah, that attempted prediction, and that's a nice snowball there out of Sosa as well. That attempted prediction might come back and haunt Reuben for a few minutes because, man, like, if you get it, you're achieved everything. If you don't get it, you see the results right now.
And it's a tough play when you're playing this deck, man, because if you don't get it, you don't have a lot of great options to distract that mortar, right? You got to play the Dark Prince basically as your only real option. The AQ you can play, but that's a really big expenditure at that point. Then you're spending 10 on 4.
And now here we go, trying to beat out the inevitable spell cycle of Sosa is Reuben. 45 seconds left, 9:27 left-hand lane. He has to sell out and sell out in full. Dark Prince in front of the AQ. This time Valkyrie not going to do it. Miner into the inside tower on that right-hand side. Fireball will finish things off.
Wow.
And Sosa comes out with an easy 1-2 against our former world champion.
And I think it really does come back to a couple things throughout that set. Obviously, in game number 3, Reuben with that high Inferno tower, it's a very, very expensive play. He misses the prediction. The mortar does get on tower, but when you talk about game number 1, yes, it's a deck that you can play comfortably, but it's not a deck you can outplay people with. That Golem deck in game 1, when you're talking Reuben against Melody, it's tough, right? Because it is Melody. Whoever Sosa is, it's Melody, right? The person that just finished in the top 12 last weekend or a weekend or two ago. And so the respect there for Reuben, he's probably going, all right, I'm playing against someone great. I need to be comfortable here in this first game of this set, and it just did not pay off. And then you find him in game number 3 going, man, I really wish I could have game number 1 back, maybe playing anything else. Maybe he does go to Royal Giant, Rich, like he talked about him being so successful in his history.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? You look at that Miss Inferno Tower prediction, and I'm wondering why you don't reaction play that as opposed to... I know you're trying to predict it so that nothing gets in front of the mortar, but it just feels like the reaction play is going to be sufficient. And also, if you're going to play the prediction version of it, why aren't you putting it in the middle between the two possible spots when they're trying to pressure that right-hand side? You know, so you can catch the middle placement for the mortar and the outside placement for the mortar. So I'm trying to think if that does stretch far enough for both. Either way, the reaction play seems like the way to go. I don't know why he felt like he had to force a prediction there, but of course his understanding of the macro is certainly superior to mine.
Well, and I think also when you talk about trying to predict that mortar, there's so many options that Sosa or Melody can just double drop mortar plus cannon cart, double drop mortar plus bats, whatever it is to lock up that Inferno. I mean, when you're playing against Inferno Tower, those bats being played on top, it's a 6 elixir spend, 4 and 2 to defend against 5, and the worst thing that happens is those bats are wasted. So didn't work out for Reuben. We do say goodbye to him. He walks away with $500 as we get to our final matchup here in the top of our bracket. We've already been through 3. We got 1 more to show you guys, and obviously we will check in with the bracket after this final match to see the other 4 players that will be moving into our top 8. But right now it's Schwatzen and Mario, but we already figured that one out last split. That's Michifu, one of the best in the world. You can see right there, 86-40, a #1 ladder finish. Schwatzen on the other side, the Grand Challenge God, 24 on ladder, 877. A great player.
Yeah, I mean, you look at both of these two guys, they're fairly similar stories in terms of their overall trajectory, right? Both guys who it felt like the sky was the limit for them in competitive, and they hit a ceiling that was just a little bit shy of that sky. Michifu should have come in and been insanely competitive and successful, and I think that he was really young when he entered the league and struggled with adapting to the league because of his age. and you know had some turbulent moments in and out of competition. And I think maybe Mario is an attempt at resetting sort of for this next phase in this competition. Schwatzen was one of the best, if not the best player in the semi-pro scene for quite a while, and was highly anticipated. Came into the league as part of a misfit squad that ended up being misassembled, as the best way I could try to play on words there. And the synergy just wasn't there for the squad overall, and I think that he was a victim of that. So, you know, two guys both who I feel still have a lot to prove in competitive play.
Yeah, and that's really the best way to put it, because when you talk about Schwatzen, as we kind of hop into game one, we'll finish this preamble, is that, you know, 1,100 grand challenges won. The problem is in grand challenges is that a lot of people can get to 6-0, right? That says a lot about what that means in terms of the competitive or the competition that you're running into in grand challenges. A lot of the best players in the world go, oh yeah, once you're at 9 wins, that's when you'll start running into the best players in the world. So obviously 1,100 grand challenges still incredibly impressive, but you're not getting 6 games against low-tier players. You're only playing against the best in the world, and Schwatzen needs to kind of close that gap in terms of where his play is.
Hog Giant Skeleton for Michifu as the drill goes to the left-hand side and somehow gets right behind that cannon. I don't think I've ever seen, maybe it's because the cannon's a tile high, but it really felt like that drill should have been displaced.
You see right there, Michi having to overspend a little bit. He didn't have the skellies available. He didn't have the Fire Spirit to distract the Giant Skeleton. So a NATO comes down to pull and activate King Tower, and this is going to be an interesting thing. You know, you wonder if late game we're going to see Michifu try to go for a Giant Skeleton plus Hog Rider push to avoid running into that NATO, or at least decrease the effectiveness of that NATO. But even then, if you get a body block up high on the Giant Skeleton, you can still NATO that Hog to King. So not the best matchup here in game number 1 for Michifu, but he is definitely someone that can play through something like this.
Giant Skeleton on the right-hand side for Schwatzen as we pass the midway point of regulation time. AQ trying to work, and Giant Skeleton in reply does keep the Archer Queen alive as the Golden Knight turns back and away.
And one fun thing about this deck, I did play it for a little bit, the one at the bottom of the screen by Michi, is that you do have the ability not just to put the Giant Skeleton in front of the Hog, but you can also push the AQ forward with the Hog. And again, it makes it so that NATO is really ineffective. You never want to NATO the AQ closer to your tower. You can't quite get the NATO in time. So it makes your opponent have to change up their defense, which is something that Michifu is going to have to do at some point, because there are so many great options at Schwatzen's arsenal.
Early cannon down to defend against the Royal Ghost. Giant Skeleton in the middle to pull everything together. And this is the plan, I guess, for the drill. Fire Spirit to pop and the Giant Skeleton to pull. And that's an interesting thing to think about, right? Is that you don't just have to defend against the Goblin drill by splashing it down. You can distract the Goblins, and that can be effective as well.
AQ putting in work on that Giant Skeleton as a Hog Rider gets a hit on the left-hand side, goes right to King Tower again. No danger in sight for Schwatzen and the 3 crowns, so going to happily continue to NATO that Hog to King. And like I was saying, he's either got to beat the cycle or he's got to vary up the offense, and we'll see when and where he does that.
You know, I've always wondered, I don't think I've ever actually seen it, but I've played so many Hog EQ games where you have NATO, or where you're playing against NATO, and you just go, are you to get me close enough where I can win the 3 crown with no Princess Towers? It's one of those things that you feel like you have to see eventually, but I don't think I've ever actually seen it happen.
Yeah, I've only seen in competitive it get close, and then they're like, all right, now I need to change up my defense. So probably not going to see it here today, as Schwatzen seems to have pretty decent control of the game right now, but he's not able to get damage in, and that's something that Michifu needs to latch onto. His defenses have been more than adequate, and he does have the damage lead.
Hog to the right-hand side. We'll get 1, but not 2, as the DPS comes in pretty heavy. And with that left side locked down, drill in. Golden Knight goes all the way to the opposite side of the board,
coast to coast, man. And a nice Magic Archer lineup, but does not get it. The Giant Skeleton takes one step to the left, now gets one shot in. A nice high cannon there by Michifu to stop the bleeding, and still in the lead as this Hog Rider comes down. NATO is in cycle, but that body block from the Giant Skeleton making it not have to be played. So now another great spot for Schwatzen to create offense.
Final 48 seconds left. Draw to the left-hand side. Cannon to work against the drill, but you see there the Goblin does get a little bit of work done. 16-17 on that left-hand side as the Hog comes in. And once again, just getting stuck in this bridge bite.
And I love what Schwatzen recognized. He goes, you know what? I don't even need to use the NATO. I can just body block, and very similar to what we talked about in Game 2 with Reuben, get more units on the board. That's the best way to create offense with this deck. And so you can see Schwatzen going, all right, let me take damage. If I need to, let me stack as much as I can up at the bridge. And then as a desperation play, I will get that NATO in. But a Giant Skeleton on the tower, that bomb will go off in time, and that is enough to win the game.
Yeah, that hurts your tower a lot if the Giant Skeleton gets there and explodes. So, you know, someone maybe needs to let Michi know that that's a problem. And that's a GG well played. I mean, the reality was that Michi was just trying to find some way to create offense. And eventually, when you're in that desperation mode, that's where things slip through the cracks. And sometimes that's a very, very big skeleton with a very, very big bomb.
He was in such a tough spot offensively because once Schwatzen recognized, all right, if we're going to play this right lane game, I'm going to stack at the bridge and always have a really strong counter push. If then Michifu decides to go, all right, I can't keep doing this, I have to go opposite lane, then if Schwatzen did overcommit on the right-hand side, he's always going to have that 3 elixir and that NATO to pull the Hog in. So not the best matchup in game number 1. When you talk about the density, the weight of that Giant Skeleton, the slow of the Electro Wizard, and of course that NATO really making things incredibly difficult for Michi.
So game number 1 in the books, Hog EQ AQ for Michifu, aka Mario. All that off the board. Remember, this is dual mode. For those of you joining, I know that the Twitch audience probably is pretty familiar with dual mode. For some of you who are newer on the YouTube side of things, players may not repeat cards throughout the best of 3. So the 8 cards you see for Michifu, aka Mario, out for the remainder of this best of 3 match. Same thing for Schwatzen. So no more drill, no more Golden Knight, no more NATO. But of course, that does leave a lot of spells on the board and the big spell variety for both of these players.
Yeah, so you think about Michifu and you look at what he's done in the past, what he's played already in this game. He's a guy that loves Royal Giant. He does have Giant Skeleton available. He does have Skarmy, Fisherman, all those cards. He doesn't have the Giant Skeleton mix. That is another really popular variant, but Skeleton King, I think I said Giant Skeleton like 6 times. Skeleton King is what I meant to say, is still available, right? So Skeleton King plus Royal Giant plus Mother Witch, it's still a pretty strong deck out there. We know Michi loves Royal Giant. I'm not sure if he's going to opt to go to that because it is a bit predictable, but we'll see here. Maybe he does decide to go comfortable after dropping game number 1.
You know, it's another thing, too, about Michifu is that he already played Archer Queen, which then makes other players think they don't need to rely on Lightning as much. So if I'm him if I am him, which you know, my grandmother would be rolling over in her grave right now if she heard me struggling with that part.
If I am they.
If I were Michifu, I would be thinking about a deck that benefits against decks that don't play Lightning, now that it's less likely Schwatzen is playing Lightning.
And there's the Lightning coming in for Michi, but like we talked about, Michi is clearly running Royal Giant. Schwatzen also looking like he's running Royal Giant, but that Mother Witch is a really interesting card to throw in the mix when you talk about what he thought Michi was going to run. I mean, basically, it's exactly what we thought, right? Skeleton King plus Royal Giant. Lightning is going to be in the mix. So what does Schwatzen do? He goes, okay, I got the Fish Boy. I got the Electro Spirit, which is going to be huge on cleanup. And then, of course, that Mother Witch to be able to spawn those Hogs, which we saw do some work earlier today.
RG to RG. Fish Boy to pull to the opposite side here. And the AQ high on that Fisherman. But of course, Zappy's in there will take care of business. And I'm really curious about the what the overall spell value is going to be here at the end, because so far we've seen Michifu able to take care of the AQ. High AQs do change that math just a little bit. The question is, will Schwatzen be able to find the same value late?
And that ability does allow for one shot to come in on that right-hand side, so not the damage lead, 27-74 to 26 54. Michifu in the lead by just a hair.
So pretty clear that Schwatzen's not playing Fireball. I think we would have seen the Fireball there on the Mother Witch. So probably also playing Lightning here. And there you go. Lightning does come in.
And I think that's interesting, Rich, for what you kind of talked about just a moment ago, was he knew that Lightning was not going to be a necessity in this, so maybe he went with a different spell. EQ or Fireball would have been great for him to have. Instead, he has the Lightning, not going to be as effective against that Tombstone.
A very interesting call here, and a lot stacked up behind the Royal Giant. Mother Witch stays on the board, though, which is bad news for Michi, as a Skeleton King now in the mix with the Archer Queen working on the Skeleton King. And you have classic skeletons on the board. Does turn one into a pig. High Lightning out of Michi. Does get that right-hand tower down to 13-10. Takes the AQ off the board. So far, the Spaniard controlling through 3 minutes.
And this is kind of my issue with what Schwatzen is doing right now, and who knows, he could still turn this game around. There's still 2 full minutes, but Michifu's playing his comfort deck, and he's playing it better than Schwatzen is. I knew this is what Michi was going to run. I feel like we both knew this is what Michi was going to run, so I would have loved to see Schwatzen go for a heavy, heavy counter, although this is exactly what I was saying was going to happen. That's going to do it. Schwatzen overwhelms. Mother Witch puts in work again. She has won 2 games for us already today.
Yeah, Mother Witch does her thing, which is take a thing and make it into a different thing. A very tiny pig. And those pigs, when they start stacking up late, it's not just about the damage that they do, it's about the confusion they cause, right? Yeah. It's about how they distract Princess Towers, distract troops, how they just make it cluttered. And if you're playing a deck like that, you can start cluttering the board. You can really create a lot of problems for your opponent.
And what's so interesting about that matchup, when you look back at it, it really came down to a couple things. And those things were that Michifu knew his biggest threat was always going to be that Mother Witch, so he was always spending to get on top of the Mother Witch. Schwatzen also knew that Mother Witch was going to be the game changer when he's playing against this many baity cards or weak cards on the board. So he was always protecting the Mother Witch. You can see right there, there's the payoff. 4 pigs on the tower. There's no Royal Hogs. Those are all from the Mother Witch. And it came from a great E-Spirit to stop the Bar Barrel, then protection on the Mother Witch to take off the Skeleton King, to take off the Zappies, to spawn Hogs on those Tombstone Skellies. So just a great play there by Schwatzen. As I was saying, I wish he maybe countered him a bit harder. Didn't really matter. Counter was in, game is in, match set, 2-0 for Schwatzen, and that means we are done with our very first part of the bracket, which there were 4 more matches that happened. Let's take a look.
Let's go check out the results here. Of course, you saw Mohamed Light beating Titan early on. Vitor off screen will get his on-screen time and what will look to be one of the better matchups of our quarterfinal here, with Mohamed Light against Vitor in our second round. Hugo takes out the E-Golem player Jonah, former #1 on ladder, so the Frenchman moves on. He'll face off against Omar out of Germany, who put Bob the Rock out early in our matchup. Aslan we saw beat Viper, and of course Sosa, aka Melody, taking out Reuben. They will meet in the quarterfinals as well. And Schwatzen goes up against Quentin in round 2. Rosennovel already does have his trip to our bracket next weekend for that golden ticket opportunity, so does go home with $500. Not going to make the top tier here, but still we will see him next weekend.
That's right. Everyone else here going to be guaranteed at least $1,000. And then once we get to the next part of the bracket, those 4 will be moving on to our next week's competition, where a golden ticket will be given away. But that's not all for today. 3 more parts of the bracket coming your way. The first thing that we're going to see, Mohamed Light and Vitor. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good one.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Split 2 of Europe, Middle East, North Africa, our grand final. 25K on the line and 4 spots to next weekend's bracket for a golden ticket. If you didn't know beforehand, I'm Rich Slayton, that's Andrew Guy, and we are down to our top 8 right now, Andrew.
That's right, top 8, and we're going to start with Vitor versus Mohamed Light. Mohamed Light barely got by the skin of his teeth in the first match of the day, so he's had a lot of time to reset, rethink what he's going to do going up against one of the better players in the world in Vitor. He did go the distance in his first set. He did go all the way to game number 3, where he ran Golden Knight, Mortar, Miner, Poison. Talking about the 2 games prior to that, he went Giant Skeleton Hog, and then he went with Drill. So definitely firmly in the meta is Vitor, and as you guys saw, Mohamed Light against Titan also doing the exact same thing, except for he mixed Miner Control in there, and he went Royal Hogs instead of regular Hog Rider. This should be a really, really great matchup between 2 of the best in the world, and really in this situation, everyone's thinking about World Finals, right? That's what Vitor and Mohamed Light want. Mohamed Light already has, 2 golden tickets technically. So Vitor goes, okay, I was able to make it through round number 1. Now I need to turn it up against the best in the world if I want to be there at the end of the day in Helsinki at World Finals competing for $1 million.
This is the best of 3, maybe the most important one for Vitor, right? Because,
yes.
If you go on and win more cash later on, that's fine. But getting into this top 4 so you're guaranteed that shot next weekend for a golden ticket, absolutely critical. Now, keep in mind, though, Vitor is one of the few people in this competition who's been to more than one World Final. Because you do have him attending World Finals last year in the solos, and as part of Pain Gaming's a pretty fantastical run through to World Finals in our last season of squads as well. So Vitor's been there before, and that's one thing I think that's important to keep in mind when you talk about him, is that while we've seen him be a player who kind of wears his ups and downs on his sleeve, especially his downs, he's a guy who's been through it so many different times. So that experience does begin to stack up.
And then you talk about everyone in the world kind of rooting for Vitor right now, at least everyone in this competition hoping that they can get Mohamed Light out of that top 4 and hopefully get him out of that golden ticket qualifier again. And of course, we always love to say it, and this is definitely a moment for it. When winning matters, think Snapdragon. Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by our amazing sponsors. Thank you guys so much for everything that you do. And of course, like I just said, when winning matters, you got to think about those guys and these guys in Vitor and Mohamed Light. It's a very interesting spot to be in. Everyone loves to watch Mo play. Everyone loves to see him in competitions. But when you are in the competition, you want him gone. You want him out of the way. You want that pathway through. And if the top 8 players that are going to make it through to next weekend from our first split and this split don't have to go against Momo, that's a great spot for them to be in, because he can just win again. He obviously won't get the golden ticket. It'll go to the second place person, but that means another massive prize purse for Momo. Let's take a quick look at some of the stuff that he's done in this competition and today. And this is what he's saying to everyone out there. I'm excited to compete again this time. Again this time. I'll try to be more focused as I failed to qualify in the first split. I wish everyone good luck and may the best win. From Momo, the Pharaoh of Clash Royale. It is truly one of those situations, Rich, when you talk about being able to watch LeBron play, being able to watch Jordan play, being able to watch, I guess, Curry play now that he just got his 4th ring. We are in an era of excellence watching Mohamed Light kind of dominate Clash Royale.
Yeah, it's just different. It's just different. I don't care. You can talk about every other run. You can talk about Surgical's run through Europe in 2017, and then, of course, winning CRO World Finals in 2019. You can talk about Morten's consistency over so many years of competitive Clash Royale at a top rank. You can talk about Reuben dominating for the period he did. It's just different. It just is. Mohamed Light is playing at a crazy level, and he could lose this next BO3. It doesn't change a darn thing. The guy has already won. He basically won 2 golden tickets, and then had to hand one off to his rival Mugi last weekend. And it's fun to watch, and it's really crazy to watch someone. We just watched Schwatzen, right? Who was brilliant in the first half of 2020 during the Barb Hut meta. Right? The Barb Hut meta was great for him, and then he struggled when it switched to a more cycle meta. And now the meta is getting back to being a little bit heavier again, and he's looking really good again. Right? You see players who ebb and flow based on the meta, based on how they're feeling. You don't see ebb and flow with Mo. You just see a guy who's been the top player in the world now for almost 2 years running, through changes, through massive shifts, still number 1. It's wild. It's absolutely wild.
Absolutely, which is why for Vitor, this is a big moment. Let's take a look at what he has to say to his competition here today. I'm confident I can make a good run, as I've been practicing a lot for this. Vitor, so not a man of many words, at least today. He seems to be dialed in, knowing that where he was on the bracket meant if he did do what he wanted in round 1, he'd most likely be running into Mo in round number 2. So in case you guys are just joining us, this is Snapdragon Pro Series split number 2, already down to 8 players. We already gave away $4,000 in our first round, $500 to everyone that was eliminated. Now every eliminated player takes $1,000, and that will jump up exponentially all the way up to that $9,000 grand prize today. Viper will not be taking home the coveted 18 grand of winning the first 2 splits, as he was already eliminated, but you will see him next weekend on the 25th.
Yeah, and talking about next weekend, right? You mentioned earlier the idea of Mo making that top 8, and if he does, he wouldn't be eligible for the golden ticket as he already has one. If you're watching from home and you're making that top 8, this is a really weird matchup for you to watch, right? Because on one hand, if he makes it and then you're on his side of the bracket, you're like, oh no, that ruins it. But if you watch it and you're on the other side of the bracket, he just made your chances of getting a golden ticket rise exponentially, because if he ends up making that final, then he just took the hardest matchup of the day out of your problems.
Just crazy. We talk about him like he's a force of nature, and I guess he truly is when it comes to Clash Royale. Changing up the competition by winning, changing up the competition by losing, not wanting to be on his side of the bracket. All these things just so fascinating when you talk about Mo. So here we go. Mohamed Light top of your screen, Vitor at the bottom, and Vitor goes right back to what was working to close out that set, Mortar.
And nice little log here just to finish off, and no invisibility safety for there on that Archer Queen. Golden Knight gets in, gets his target early, and that's the thing that I've noticed with the Golden Knight is how if once he gets his target, no matter what happens, if the troop gets eliminated, if the troop goes invisible, that Golden Knight will still go to that target, which can create some funky interactions, but doesn't matter here as Mohamed Light going to eat a lot of damage courtesy of a well-timed mortar out of Vitor.
Yeah, that fireball comes down instantly on top of the Magic Archer. Mo decides to not overspend, knowing that that would be an overcommitment and would probably leave him hamstrung in the next push from Vitor. So Vitor up by about 1,000 plus here early on in game number 1 as we head into double elixir.
1 minute left, and setting up the tombstone behind that low tower, just making sure those miners going to have a bit more work to do if Vitor does want the chip, and now he just goes ahead and sets up on defense for Vitor.
Yeah, most likely recognizing that the spell situation is going to be okay when you talk about the mortar having as much HP as it does. Not going to be able to get a ton of value on top of the AQ and the mortar, and defensive mortars, when you have this much damage already on the board, are really easy play.
You know, it's interesting. We talked about Aslan earlier and the passionate scene out of Turkey that will flood any YouTube chat. Is COK playing? Nope, not today. But what we don't talk about a lot anymore is the strong but very private and maybe sort of insulated scene in Portugal. You've had a lot of really good players out of Portugal, Vitor being one of them, Lucas GSM in the mix there, a number of other really good players out of Portugal, but it's always been kind of siloed, is the best way to put it. Maybe that's being separated by the Portuguese language, kind of unique out in Europe. But, you know, Vitor has been a big part of why Portugal has always been. Oh boy, big connection. Just like that, Mo back in the mix. What was a massive lead for Vitor suddenly shifts, and that Magic Archer will add to the drama. But keep in mind, Vitor way ahead on Elixir right now.
Yeah, the cycle game for Mohamed Light is just so dirty. He always knows how to put you out by cycling around rapidly. That second drill came down. Great connection there. And of course, Mohamed Light in the competitive scene was one of the first ones to have a great chain with that Golden Knight. I think it was when he was playing Golem in one of our first competitions of the year, and he was able to steal a game by a last-second NATO Golden Knight connection. And it's one of those things you just have to always be waiting for and ready for if you're playing against Mo, Golden Knight, and NATO.
Yeah, and this is one of the interesting notes here when you talk about this matchup. And these mortar connections are just causing havoc for Mo right now, who's trying to find some way to do this. Does he just go ahead and try to put a Magic Archer for damage here at the top? Yes, he does. That Fire Spirit's a problem, though. Nope, high with the Tombstone. Fireball in. GG, well played. Interesting note here as we finish game number 1, go into game number 2. When you're talking about the matchup situation here, you know, I was mentioning that very tight-knit scene in Portugal that until sort of 2020 didn't really start to branch out, you know, with some players like Vitor joining Pain Gaming. The current analyst for Mohamed Light, the big part of his success here in 2022, Jeebus, part of that Portuguese scene. So very curious about sort of the read he's trying to get here against his many-time teammate in Vitor as we are going into game number 2.
Yeah, and you talk about that matchup in game number 1, a kind of an interesting one for Mohamed Light in terms of what he was running, right? You look at this deck, this This is a kind of a mix of two really popular drill decks. You see that the building is not usually what we see in terms of the tombstone, and the zappies aren't always there, but he probably wanted to have just a little bit more stun, a little bit more slow, and maybe just a little bit of help with air if he needed it. Obviously, the NATO is in play. But on the other side of it, Vitor using a different miner mortar control deck. As we saw it, like I was talking about, we didn't see it on broadcast, but he finished his set in our first part of the bracket running miner mortar with Golden Knight, Archers, and Snowball. So he decided to go something a little bit different, but still in the same vein. And that mortar really was the game changer. You had the big time connection early on, the fireball on top of that Magic Archer, and then that late game Kobe shot that came down that really made it so he could go, oh, thank God. Now all I have to do is just hope miners get on tower, but mainly just spell cycle his way out.
You know, I'm gonna DM Jeebus when we have a break here and ask about this one, but with the very unorthodox deck selections in game number 1, and then doing it again here in game number 2, it sounds crazy to say it with the money that's on the line today, and of course, I guess no golden ticket because Mo already has 2.
Yeah.
It feels like they're experimenting today, and it seems crazy to experiment in a tournament like this, but the realistic side of it is the stakes are kind of low for Mohamed Light and Jeebus right now. So I'm curious. I'm going to go ahead and DM him when I get a chance here and ask Jeebus, like, are you guys experimenting right now? Like, what is behind the deck selection today?
And I think that's a really fair question to ask, and to kind of piggyback on the point that you just made. Mo doesn't care about any of it right now. He doesn't need to. He's, like you said, he's got 2 golden tickets. He gave 1 to Mugi, but then you go, okay, well, what about the money? The dude has won like $250,000 in the last year just playing Clash Royale. So yes, it's always nice to add to that prize purse, but it's not a necessity for him. So I agree. I think that the idea of him kind of innovating today is not a bad call. And so now we see him go to the inside spot with the miner there, taking for both lanes. You see Vitor having to overspend, now down by 2. And Mohamed Light also going with something just a little bit different.
A little bit different once again. And keep in mind, no Magic Archer in this Miner Wallbreakers deck because we just saw Magic Archer played. So while Miner Wallbreakers tends to run Magic Archer as that kind of 3-way win condition build, not going to be in this case. So again, trying different things out is Mohamed Light.
And you talk about Mo always being able to abuse what his opponents have defensively, a very quick recognition. He goes, okay, I saw an Ice Spirit early on. We saw a Snowball and an Earthquake, which means on this next push at the bridge with the Valkyrie, I'll stack Spear Goblins and I'll stack Bats. The only thing that can get those off the board is a perfect Ice Spirit, which you saw did not work, or a quick rapid cycle back around to that Snowball, or an overspend, which is exactly what we got. And so now Mohamed Light goes, okay, cool, I'm up in Elixir. Let me just fireball your Bomb Tower plus Princess Tower.
And Musketeer sets up on the left-hand side, and just as that bomb tower goes down, Wallbreaker pressure to the right-hand lane forces guards to come out and support. And now up by 2 is Vitor, given the Musketeer on the board, but that's easily handled. And that's one of the things, too, about, you talk about Elixir advantages, Andrew, you talk about understanding the micro. It's also understanding where you can positively trade, right? Yeah. Where an Elixir advantage won't remain an advantage because of what you have in your hand. And that's one of those things I don't think gets talked about enough. It's why cycle decks work, is because players understand all the trades they can make to recover from being down. But, shout out OJ for positive Elixir trade, but knowing those well is a big factor in being able to, in your Elixir management.
Really nice Snowball there to clean up the Bats, so the Spear Goblins have to come down for Mohamed Light, who is just up by about 99 HP, it looks like. So a miner comes back in here for Mo. He knows that the Snowball is out of cycle, so guards come down, and a great predictive Snowball there. That's exactly what I'm talking about, with Mohamed Light abusing his opponent's cycle, but he doesn't quite get what he wants out of it, and now down by 300.
Vitor was ready for it, right? He had the return Snowball ready to go. He knew that was a smart play, and Vitor was ready to protect against it. Didn't throw it out early, but still does fall behind here, 1439 to 1247. So both these guys playing that that chess level of Clash Royale, thinking multiple moves ahead as we get into sudden death.
And this is why you and I work together so well, man. That's exactly what I was just going to say. It's you see the first offense coming in, but it's really about the second and third plays where the damage is going to come through. And right now we see a late Musketeer come down. So Spear Goblins both connect on tower. Miner is still there, 517 to 901. And now this is where Vitor has to start feeling a little nervous.
That Snowball Fireball combination, very interesting. You see the expenditure on the right-hand side against that Hog Rider, where Vitor is trying to predict with the Snowball, make some room, and the first one, Snowball knockback, then Fireball knockback to finish off the job here. This Hog does not get through. 262, Miner, Snowball, Fireball, all ways to put damage on that left-hand side. Don't forget about those wall breakers. Of course, they force out the bomb tower high. Miner does not get the shot here. 204 left. Fireball
do
in.
it. Yep, 207 is, I believe, what Fireball does now. And yeah, you talk about that chess-level gameplay. Both these guys thinking 2-3 moves ahead. And I really love that Miner that we got. Maybe it was like the third to last Miner. It's hard because he cycles them so quickly. There was already a bomb tower on the board, and Mohamed Light went to the inside near the bomb tower because it's the least opportune place to go, which means it's the best place for your opponent to not predict, right? That's one of those interesting mind games where it's like, well, if the Miner's going to get cleaned up the fastest if I go to the inside, but it's also the least likely place where you're going to want to defend it. So great stuff there for Mo. Miner does connect again, and as you can see right here, this is when those Spear Goblins got on tower with a bit of an overspend by Vitor on his offense, so that Musketeer had to come down just a second late.
And notice, I'm noticing this again, we're looking at a game number 2 deck with no champion out of Mohamed Light. So it really feels like Mo and Jeebus right now, they're playing the 3-game deck selection game, as opposed to playing it for a win in 2, right? You love to win in 2, you love to shut it down in 2, but it really feels like they're playing the long game every single time. We're seeing being very conservative with spells in game 1 and game 2, and very conservative with champions in game 1 and game 2. So very curious. If I'm playing against Mo right now, I'm looking for opportunities to take advantage of a lack of champions maybe early on in the match.
Yeah, and that's a really, really great point that you make, because like you said, it does feel like Mo and Jebas are playing the long game, because now when you get to game 3 and you go, well, what has Mo played? No champions yet? This is not good for analyzing this game. I have no idea what he could come out with. The fact that he has all 4 champions still available, and even if you were to have used 1 in game 1 or in game 2, still having 3 available, it really makes the world his oyster in terms of what him and Jebas can produce in game number 3. And then you get to take in all that information of what Vitor used, because you know that Vitor is going, I need to use everything that I can to make it through this set. So Mo setting himself up for success, but will it pay off in game number 3?
Well, the big things that are out for Mo to think about, I think are really critical right now, are all 3 major knockback spells in Log, Snowball, and Fireball, plus the Tornado being out as well. Right, so you take all those different pieces out. The only champion he did play got Golden Knight in game number 1. So it kind of, you start thinking about, okay, well, what now gets stronger when you can't knock it back? On one hand, you don't have the NATO and the Log to knock back Royal Giant, which can make that a concern. On the other hand, rarely will I say this in this current meta, but this might be a spot for Lava Loon, and Vitor is a great Lava player.
So we'll see what they want to bring out here in game number 3. To remind you guys, this is our first match of our second part of the bracket, our final 8. We'll be seeing every single match for the rest of the day and an early cycled Earthquake out of Mohamed Light.
Bar Barrel. Lava Loon. Look, Lumberloon Freeze wouldn't be bad here either out of Vitor. He has all the pieces for it, I believe, as I'm looking through his selection so far.
Yeah, if I'm looking at what Mo has, I mean, maybe he just goes Hog Rider, Mortar's out, Bomb Tower's out. There's obviously other good buildings to lock things down. We'll see.
Flying Machine, and looking like it might be Fireball bait here with the Flying Machine plus the 6-man. AKA Royal Recruits, if you're going to be simple with it.
The Hunter, still one of the highest skill cap cards in the game. The timing, the placement, all of it's so imperative, but when you watch the pros use it, you know why they love that card so much, and it is Mo going to Hogs, so pretty telling when you see Earthquake as the first card, Ice Spirit working its way into the mix, and of course that delivery almost locked it on home.
Yeah, interesting. Vitor making the read here with he's going with the Hogs Mirror.
I hate this deck.
Yeah, and this is Mo's deck too. This is the one that I believe this is the one that Mugi. This is a slight variation on it, but in Masters Challenge last weekend, Mugi ran. This is Mo's deck. Ran Mo's deck against him and beat him with it in game number 2 of their first best of 3. Fun to see Mo pulling it out here in game number 3 in this matchup.
It's just so frustrating because when you have a good push come across the bridge with the regular Royal Hogs, you have to spend an arm and a leg. And then those mirrored Royal Hogs come down. Unless you have Fireball or a great building plus good splash damage, you're always going to at least take a little bit. So right now, Mo is down, but this is not a deck that succeeds in single elixir. This is a deck that dominates in late double and triple.
Yeah, this gets hard for Mo though, because we're talking about what are good decks for Vitor to run now with all that knockback gone, plus of course the Valkyrie and the Bomb Tower gone. Fireball bait. It's going to make it so much harder for you to deal with that flying machine. She's going to be a menace the entire time, and then of course you can't clear off any of the stuff in the back with the Fireball. You can't knock back the pigs. A lot of your splash damage is gone. So this was a great deck selection here by Vitor in Game 3.
Yeah, it really, really was. And you can see the success of it already coming through. Those barbs are going to change the equation up just a bit, but still, Vitor in a very good spot. There's those second piggies coming down. That's exactly what we were just talking about. Vitor has to spend down to 0 because he spent so much in the left-hand lane, and just like that, those piggies are nuts, man. And that's it right there. EQ, mirror EQ, GG, see you in the next one.
Okay, that's crazy. The mirror, again, I talked about this earlier, it's the biggest disruption in Clash Royale in a long time.
Yeah.
Right? It's because it's not a card. All right, you think about the Executioner and Witch meta, where those both got buffed into basically God mode. And it was every deck had to run Executioner or Witch, right? You think about those different metas where the Night Witch meta, if you want to go even further back, we're not in the mirror meta per se, although people are playing ladder right now and dealing with the E-Giant cycle deck might disagree with me. But mirror has disrupted the game so much because that double level card, it's so devastating. Whether it's a double leveled E-Giant or let's say double leveled Royal Hogs, you almost look at it, you go like, what am I supposed to do about this when you actually get it off at the right time? It's just brutal.
And nothing. That's the thing, is nothing, because those first Hogs come in on the left-hand side. Vitor goes, all right, Goblin Cage, but that's not going to be enough, so I have to play something else. Unfortunately for him, he's played his Golden Knight. So that's going to be 2 of the more expensive cards and 2 of the more quick DPS cards, which is good for Vitor. But then you saw, he ticked all the way down to 0/0.5 elixir, and Mohamed Light knows, he's got his analysts watching, he knows Vitor has no elixir. What does he do? He's got no building, nothing to stop it, mirror those Hogs, and it's just game over. We knew that's exactly what Mo was trying to do. We knew it, Vitor knew it, everyone at home watching knew, and it's just so hard to stop.
It's really, really crazy. On top of that, you add into the mix the ability with that mirror to play it with a champion in between, right? Because champions don't disrupt that cycle. So you play the Hogs, you play a champion, then you play the Hogs again, or whatever it is that you're doing in that case. Man, it's really fascinating, and also it's one of those things where I kind of hope that the mirror era is short-lived, if you will. I'm not saying we need to get rid. It's just one of those things where it's like, this would be an interesting period in the game, but it's one of those ones where you're like, I hope this isn't the state of it for forever going forward.
Yeah, and the point that you made earlier about things coming into the game and changing it, Fire Spirit, or excuse me, not Fire Spirit, well, actually Fire Spirit when it got buffed as well, but Heal Spirit, right? Heal Spirit was a huge one. Firecracker was kind of the #1 where pros were like, this just changed what I know about the game. Mirror has done that once again. So Mohamed Light moves on, which means we got to move on to our second matchup of our second part of the bracket. Remember, 8 players remain, well, down to 7 now. Hugo and Omar. We did not get to see these gentlemen in round number 1. But we know at least Hugo pretty well. He's a great player. We got familiar with him in Royale Masters, other competitions last year in 2021. He was up on that CRL leaderboard. He's an incredible Frenchman. He loves playing Mortar. Omar on the other side of it, as you can see, a lot quicker road to victory, although his stats not as impressive.
Yeah, I mean, and Omar's really quiet in terms of competitive. I mean, you go through his history, and there's really nothing from a competitive standpoint.
Right.
Has a bunch of 20-win challenge badges, has made it into top 300, even top 200 on ladder a couple of times. But, you know, a fairly quiet player overall in terms of competitive. So this is one of those ones where people are just going to learn a lot. The big question for Omar, we know Hugo is the second best player in France behind Viper. We know Hugo has some good depth in deck pool. The question with Omar that we're going to see answered today is, are you a guy who's won a bunch of 20-win challenges and done fairly well on ladder and in global tournaments because you have one thing you're great with? Or do you have the depth to succeed here once we're getting into those upper echelons?
And you talk about what Omar had to do in round number 1. He 2-0'd Bob the Rock, and Bob the Rock has always kind of been an interesting player to watch. We did see him, you know, making good waves in CRL last season, but not to much success. So a 2-0 there must have been a really nice feeling for Omar. But then you go over to Hugo. I have to say Hugo is probably a more formidable opponent than Bob the Rock, at least as of right now. But I've also talked about Hugo a lot. I got very familiar with him last season. He's a guy that he still needs to find that killer's edge. I find him playing very comfortable, and I don't want to say nervous or cautious or reluctant, but you just have to have that extra oomph when you're at the top level. That sellout push, that great play, the things that we see Mo do all the time, things that we saw Reuben do even today, but more regularly in his past seasons of greatness. So can Hugo find that extra gear? It's something that I've said numerous times already this season, and I'm going to keep going back to it. Is he great? Yes. Can he be the best? I don't know.
And, you know, he has a lot to answer on that one. And, you know, you talk about it, you know, there's only 16 players going to CRL World Finals. And look at the list that we have so far. Samuel Basoto, Mohamed Light, and Mugi. Right? So you talk about being in that conversation. You're talking about being in a conversation with guys who are all going to go down as players who get talked about as top players all time. It's very curious. You know, you look at the top 4 who are already in for our golden ticket final next weekend. You have Morton in there. You have Inaraj and Rosa Novo, who are both relatively unknowns. And the fourth person's escaping me at the moment. I'll make sure I get that one. Viper, right? Oh yeah, Viper. Duh, Viper. Right? So you have 2 guys who are top tier, top 10 style pros, and then 2 guys who could upset and find their way in. So this golden ticket final next weekend is going to tell us a lot. Let's go ahead though right now and take a look at Hugo's. A little bit from Hugo here as we get ready. And his words are, nothing special. I'll just do my best, and as always, and we'll see. So, you know, I've lamented this often, but in a game where the best players only win 7 out of 10 matches, it does kind of hamper your ability to trash talk the way a double lift might come out. Who he knows? Well, I'm going to pentakill your team 5 times in a match, so I know I can stomp on you. I'd love to find someone who could swing the hammer as hard. Trainer Luis, can you come out and give some clips for some of these guys, because we need someone who's willing to put it on the line.
I know. I admit that was one of my favorite things about Teams mode, even in the war rooms, was just the trash talk. You and I were big sports fans. The trash talk, it doesn't have to be not classy. You could be classy and still talk trash, and that's one thing I miss a little bit. But that's the thing, like you said, the competition is so steep. You all are so close. The matchup conversation, it could go either way so many times. You're never going to have 100 zeros, even at this level. So a lot of these guys just kind of like, all right, I'm here. Let's hope I do my best. Let's hope everyone else has a good time. Very sportsman-like, very gentlemanly here in the Clash Royale scene of 2022.
Yeah, I wish someone would just take the gloves off just a little bit, but it's so hard when you're going to lose a best of 3 because the game, that's how the game goes sometimes. And then people will go, oh, wash, trash, you're the worst, whatever it is. You can't just curry on somebody, unfortunately, all the time, unless, of course, you're one player who obviously we'll talk about more later. You know, it's interesting. There's so little about Omar for us to pull from. But it's also the big question is from a deck selection side, it's hard to prepare for Omar as a competitive player, but maybe a little bit easier to narrow him down. You talk about his ladder history.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and what successes he had in what seasons. These pros know these seasons so well in and out. They can look at a date on the calendar and go, oh yeah, that was when E-Giant was dominating, or oh yeah, that was when E-Golem was popular. So Hugo maybe leaning on that a little bit. You and I will lean on our stats. Omar ran Cannon Cart, Skeleton King, Graveyard in game number 1. And then in game number 2, he went with Wall Breaker's Drill with no champions. So the one thing you look at there is that he goes, all right, champion in game number 1, let's fill things out. Game number 2, maybe more comfort. And then with Hugo on the other side of it with his 2-0 victory as well, he went E-Giant. So he actually did rock some E-Giant, but he started off with Mortar, and it looks like he might be doing that again. And honestly, Rich, this is one of those things, he does this so regularly, it's maybe even started to create its own mind game. Kind of like what we saw out of Michifu running Royal Giant.
It's very possible, and looking like Omar going to, this should have the Inferno Tower. That's the variation of this deck he's run the most, so we'll see if he is going to an Inferno Tower variant or not. Nope, goes with Cannon instead for a little bit faster cycle. Maybe saving that for later. He has been running a lot of Hoggy Q, both with and without the Archer Queen.
And if that is what he's running, which it most likely is, you'll start to see Hugo cycling beefier cards at the back of the map, just because why not? And there we go, AQ coming down in the back, because that EQ is not going to do a whole lot to it.
Just passing those first 90 seconds. And not a lot either way. Good pressure on the opposite lane here. And the Miner, the only response with the Log plus Spirit.
Yeah,
Still
that was
some damage in.
Big time spend there by Hugo, just not having enough elixir to get to the Mortar. I mean, maybe he could have played the Mortar right on top of his Princess Tower and stopped the Hog, but we've all been there before. If there's a drop delay or maybe your elixir isn't quite where you exactly think it is, that Hog gets on tower and it's already GG well played. So Hugo having to do an unorthodox defense still takes a hit.
And Omar just content to play Giant Skeletons high in anticipation of Mortar offense out of Hugo. And so this time, Mortar going to be played high, put pressure on that right-hand lane. EQ in. Mortar gets a shot towards the Archer Queen, not towards the tower. And so far early on, while Omar's behind, it does feel like he's in slightly more control.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. Those Giant Skeletons just do so much work, and when you talk about Hugo's responses to it, if it's a Giant Skeleton plus an Archer Queen, Hugo has to spend so much to make it a adequate defense. So doing a good job recognizing the macro early is Omar, but again, this is Hugo going to comfort in game number 1. Let's see how he can turn things around.
Fire Spear in front of the Hog Rider. EQ does come in, maybe to anticipate a late Mortar. No late Mortar comes down. 2034 is the number on that bottom right-hand tower as we go into sudden death overtime.
And we'll see if Hugo wants to press the issue now that EQ is out of cycle, but no, that cycle of Omar's is so quick. He decides to hold. Now maybe we get a high Mortar. No, he just keeps going with different defenses, knowing that that Mortar is probably going to get a lot of EQ value in. That being said, he needs to then find a place for his Mortar offensively. I don't think this is a matchup where you can just not play it and win, but also, I'm here, they're there.
Fire Spirit up top, Hog Rider in. And this time the Mortar comes in high, and he's being forced to play the Mortar just to that right-hand side where he doesn't really have any offensive presence yet. Can Hugo turn it into some offensive presence, as this Mortar will get 2 shots and could get the dying extra for that third one. Let's see if it does do, and it does. So now both towers down under 2,000 HP for Omar, as he's more stuck to one lane at the moment in this conversation.
And that Earthquake is real nice. Guards are going to have to come down as well, as the Valkyrie was distracted there by the Giant Skeleton. Giant Skeleton going to make this push pretty negligible on the right. Miner up high, gets caught.
Hog to the right-hand side. Log has to come out as well. Maintaining his lead right now is Hugo, 1162 to 1316. Miner to the outside does connect. And that Archer Queen on the right-hand side forcing a lot of cycle cards to be played as well. Hog in, Mortar high plus Valk. 764 on that left-hand side. Can Hugo hold on?
And just like that, I mean, he does exactly what he needs to do, changing up his defenses, overspending when he needs to, and just continuing to get miners plus poisons on the tower. There's basically, you got to catch that miner with the Giant Skeleton, and just like that, Hugo picks up game number 1. Great job turning around the elixir advantage that was in his opponent's favor with some really clean defenses, which really changed the pace of that game. Then he was able to start to get those mortars on defense in the right-hand lane, creating just enough offensive pressure. And then, of course, those miners were relentless on the left.
And you're talking about that, right? The just enough offensive pressure on the right-hand side as he's going for troop defenses rather than going with mortar defenses against the Hog Rider, knowing that, okay, if I force you to make the right-hand side part of the conversation, that opens up my attack on the left-hand side even more. He did a great job of that. Of course, we get in late. Miners and poisons can be a whole lot of trouble there for Omar. And Omar stayed in the mix here, but it's just one of those things where there were one or two times that troop defense doesn't stop the Hog Rider. Very, very different game, but Hugo read that one very nicely, stopped the Hog shots from coming in, despite not using the mortar on defense every time, and takes game number 1.
Yeah, just some really quick math there for Hugo. You know, Hog Rider plus Earthquake, that's going to be a 7 elixir spend. And then defensively, you can drop guards plus log plus Fire Spirit and still get away with a +1. So Hugo using that small interaction change to his advantage, then not giving too much with mortar value and Earthquakes. And of course, relentless miners on the left-hand side. Double and triple elixir means you can always go miner plus poison. And if you are if you're Omar, the best option to defend is always going to be that giant skeleton, but you also need that giant skeleton elsewhere on the board. So you saw him trying to just do it with fire spirits, just do it with skeletons, and that poison becomes exponentially stronger.
Much stronger indeed. And now if you're Omar, it becomes an interesting question, right? He's played a lot of graveyards so far, played a lot of drill as well, but every drill deck he's played has run log, and he just ran log in there. So do you switch in another card to create some of that room, like potentially the snowball, and play a less ideal variation of a deck that you're comfortable with? Or do you switch things up entirely, right? So that's a hard spot for Omar now, playing this Hog EQ deck early on. This version of it kind of taking out one of his other go-tos.
Yeah, and then you look at what Hugo's been playing as of late in the tournament. We already talked about Electro Giant and Mortar. We just saw Mortar come out, so obviously no chances there for game number 2. But then when you look at his battle history, Rich, he has Lava Clone. He actually has a ton of Goblin Giant Sparky with Mother Witch and Mini P.E.K.K.A, which has been coming back. Goblin Giant plus Sparky does seem to be back in the meta. It makes me sick. I can see you shaking your head. It's still to this day, after playing this game for 6 years, the timing and the range of that Sparky shot still is not an interaction that I have locked down perfectly 100% of the time. And that's the thing. Most people have interactions locked down almost 100% of the time, but the punishment is not a Sparky shot on your tower. That's the difference. One missed interaction with a Sparky or a missed interaction on the defense, not even on the tower, it just is pouring elixir into that. You have to overspend. And so now Omar goes with a miner in game number 2 early on. Hugo may be going to drill spam.
Miner plus bomber. Plus, this is going to be some weird Skeleton King deck, I'm guessing. Fireball for the Magic Archer.
You feel like you have to have Skeleton King in there. Maybe it's just... yeah, I don't know, E-Giant Skeleton King Miner deck? I couldn't tell you, because Bomber usually is only paired with E-Giant.
Oh, this is a Mortar deck out of Omar. He's been playing this a little bit. Now I'm seeing it. Played it earlier, I guess maybe in a practice round against Chetty, or maybe earlier in the tournament. Either way. Yeah, very interesting. The Bomber's what was throwing me off here, but Mortar Miner Skeleton King, very strong overall. Variants of that, very popular in the meta. Of course, the Skeleton King nerf seems to have, taken the shine off it a bit, even though it doesn't feel like it was that big of a nerf.
Yeah, you know, when you talk about the most popular Mortar decks in the game, it is going to be Mortar Skeleton King or Mortar Mighty Miner, but that other deck with Skeleton King just usually has a different card in for the Bomber, whether it be the Dark Goblin, whether it be the Barrel. There's a lot of other options out there. This is probably the least popular one. But it does seem to be one that Omar likes, and that's one of those interactions you hate. Magic Archer comes down right on top of your Mortar and gets some tower damage in, but a quick response from Omar.
Yeah, the Mortar does get a bit more out of that situation than the Miner does, and this is interesting because, you know, you talk about variants, and this is not the first time for Omar running this variant in this sequence. In his match against Chetty, he ran that ran Hog EQ, and then turned around and ran this specific Mortar Miner Skeleton King deck with Fireball Snowball. So my big question here is how much was Hugo looking at that battle log, especially since it was playing against another Frenchman, and how ready was he for this being the game number 2 deck?
And I also think when you're a person like Hugo or in that top tier players and you're playing against a relative unknown or a smaller player, their deck pool usually is always lower, right? Because they've never had to get deep in competition, deep in duel mode, and have to innovate. So that's something that Omar's going to have to work on as he works through this competition.
And Golden Knight gonna get taken out courtesy of the fireball that went for the Mother Witch as well.
Yeah, the Mother Witch could have been a lot of trouble, but good job with the fireball there.
And easy King Tower activation here, and you know, this is the interesting question for Omar now. King Tower activation really changes the math in this matchup. Obviously, that was the right time to pull it off for Hugo when he's not worried about defending against a minor plus Skeleton King. How much does he try to switch to Mortar on offense, and can he even with Cannon, Cart, Bar, Barrel, and Magic Archer all in the mix here?
Yeah, it makes it so hard to play some Mortars, so you start to play it defensively a lot. But then you're relying on your Skeleton King plus Miners, right? And like you called perfectly there, man, that King Tower activation exponentially more important in this matchup just because of the Skarmy and, of course, what that Skeleton King can do. And there you go. You love to see it. It's a little bit fancy. It's also a necessity. That Miner Predict on top of the Magic Archer. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, very nice. And now here we go. Mortar plus Skarmy left-hand side, and that's a nice skeleton army to protect, but Bar Barrel ready for Hugo. And a nice NATO play to stop the Skeleton King on the right-hand side. So Hugo, you know, more important than just, you know, thinking about the matchup and understanding the macro is that his cycle seems to be in exactly the right place that he wants it to defend as we go into triple.
And I like that play by Omar right there as well. He was looking for the Mother Witch with the Miner to protect the bats. It didn't work out. The Mother Witch didn't come down, but I at least like where his head's at. And that Fireball is so important with where that Miner was placed.
1636 on the right-hand side. Skeleton King playing some defense deep, but Mother Witch just in the mix. Fireball has to come out. And this has just been tough going overall for Omar as we get to the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, Omar fighting for his life right now, and now down by a lot. Hugo going to maybe run another 2-0. Magic Archer still on the board. Pressure in with that Royal Ghost, but that means the Magic Archer stays alive, and Omar knows that because that Magic Archer is alive, that is GG. Snowball comes in, and that is a beautiful set. 4-0 on the day is Hugo.
Just brilliantly played and really wonderful deck selection here. Drill Mother Witch isn't super common.
No,
you know, Mother Witch is not typically part of a drill deck, and it seems like, you know, I was asking you early on, hey, has Hugo been paying attention to the fact that already after Hog EQ, this variation of the Mortar Miner Skeleton King deck got played? It appears so. An absolute shutdown job here by Hugo.
You love the deck selection. You really, really do. The Mother Witch comes in for usually the Electro Wizard in that deck, and of course that NATO being available to pull the Miner to King Tower. That sews it up right there, right? King Tower is activated, Skeleton King no longer effective, Miner less effective. That Mother Witch, knowing that she is searching out any of the units that you see there on the bottom of your screen other than the Miner and the Skeleton King. Everything else, tons and tons of value. And of course, if you can protect the Mother Witch like we saw Hugo do, it spells disaster for an opponent running bait cards.
And now with Hugo making it through to our semifinals, he does qualify for next weekend. And now France gets another shot at that golden ticket on the 25th. So big one there for Hugo to move on, and will be in one of the bigger spots that he's been in our competitions overall. Of course, it's going to be a difficult road there, but you know, again, we've seen this a lot. Sure, winning the money today is going to be very valuable, and I'm sure everyone's playing their hearts out moving forward from this step on. But making yourself into that golden ticket qualifier may be the bigger deal for a lot of these players.
150%, man. Getting that golden ticket, getting to World Finals. We all know what really matters at the end of the day. It's the same thing in every great sport. It's all about those rings. It's all about those championships. It's great to win a monthly final. It's great to win a competition throughout the year, but it's really about getting to the top of that mountain, which Mohamed Light is looking to do also. He may be the best in the world, but he does not have a world championship under his belt. He will be back next weekend. No surprise there. Hugo going to try to stay perfect on the day. Can he do it against the best? 2-0 against Omar, 2-0 against Bob the Rock, against Aslan, Melody, Schwatzen, and Quentin, all looking to join that top 4 4 as we continue to work through our quarterfinals. Let's look at that next matchup. We just talked about Aslan played great early today, but so did Melody.
Yep, Melody certainly put on a nice performance, and both these guys taking out matchups where you might have called them the underdog in the matchup. So both guys got to be feeling pretty good right now as we go into this one. But of course, only one of them will move on, start getting to the big money on the day, and of course move on to our next weekend top 8.
And what we've seen so far on the day, a lot of Golden Knight, a lot of Magic Archer NATO, drills a flying, mortars on the board, and of course Giant Skeleton always in the mix. That's something that is no surprise when you look at our meta. Obviously, the competitive meta very, very different than ladder and grand challenges. Melody on the other side of it, doing kind of the same thing, right? He went to game number 3 against Reuben. He ran Archer Queen in game 1. He ran Mortar in game 2. He ran Golden Knight in game number 3. So leaning into the meta are both of these guys into great success.
And I did just get a response from Jeebus, for those of you guys who were curious about it, that for the Vitor Mohamed Light matchup, they were playing by themselves. They were doing their own deck picking. Jeebus not picking favorites between the guy that he's been picking for and, of course, his longtime countryman friend and many-time teammate in Vitor. So sitting that one out. So I'm going to have to go ahead and message Mo and be like, dude, what are you doing today? Are you just bored? What's up with these decks? Because obviously a lot of curiosity there on that one.
And one of the tweets that I saw Mohamed Light put out maybe a couple weeks ago now, and it's kind of a lose-lose situation when you're going up against him. Either he has Jebas picking his deck and he's in his ear, or, as you saw maybe in this tweet, Mohamed Light goes, man, it's so refreshing to play just by myself. My interactions are more on point. Yes, I love having someone in my ear. I think I'm adding in words now. But basically it was like, it's great to have an analyst. It's great to have a coach. It's great to have someone helping you out. But also, he's the best in the world for a reason. But we've talked about him a lot, and we'll see more of him later on. Let's take a look here at our matchup between Aslan and Melody with some words here from the Turkish player. I'm happy that I got the opportunity to play here. I'm excited to be among the best. And I've always been a big fan of Aslan's mentality of the game. I've always been a fan of watching him win and watching him lose. It's a weird thing to say. I don't like to watch him lose because I'm rooting against him, but I like the composure that he always displays when he drops a game.
Sure, yeah, that's definitely one of those key features about Oslon. And oh, that lightning, does it get the cannon cart? It does not, and the cannon cart just barely goes off its wheels just outside of range of that tower.
Beautiful threading of the needle there early on with the defensive lightning, but that defensive lightning also lets your opponent know a lot of what to expect and where not to drop cards.
So first minute away, drill into the right-hand side for the Royal Ghost Plus push, and NATO's that
we're going to see E-Giant here, Rich, finally.
It's certainly a high probability. And there you go, with the bomber behind. Nice call there.
So probably going to have to play a lot of cards and a late NATO here for Aslan as the drill is out of cycle.
And prevents almost all the damage. Coming out with a nice cannon cart on the board, Inferno Tower, or Inferno Dragon, in reply by Melody, as we are just 15 seconds away from double elixir time.
And that was the key word. Almost all of the damage. That Electro Giant, so strong right now. I think it's a pretty fascinating conversation when you talk about people saying it got overbuffed, it didn't need the HP buff, blah, 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 blah. But then you see that it's not 100% viable and competitive. I think it's in a good spot when you talk about the top players in the world, but we also know from the devs that that's not really the conversation that they're always looking at because of all the mid-ladder and other top ladder and low ladder players. When you see a card that dominant, when you talk about competitive, I actually think E-Giant's in a pretty good spot.
It's interesting. Like, everyone will have a different opinion on it. I've seen some pros tweeting that I don't respect any E-Giant player except for Famous Kid because he was playing it before the buff.
Right.
So I've seen all sorts of people all sorts of places with it. The question, the answer is the E-Giant has always been very strong and always been very matchup dependent, where it's one of those cards where you're either going to dominate or get dominated. And this seems like it's moved the needle a little bit on that for E-Giant overall. But of course, as you mentioned, in competitive, a little bit easier to game plan for it versus when you're playing ladder and you just might randomly be up against some E-Giant deck.
Yeah, and the E-Giant mirror is something that it feels like people aren't super comfortable with quite yet. That's a bit of a bummer there when you talk about the Inferno Dragon putting in a ton of work. The drill goes there, doesn't get off of its, didn't get quite what you want out of it defensively, so a NATO has to come down, and of course the cannon cart coming off of its wheels. You know, that is one of the nice things about the Electro Giant is if you have the adequate responses, it is very easy to control. But then when you look at decks like this with the Bomber, with the Fire Spirit, and of course NATO usually used on offensive pushes, getting 2 E-Giants down is something that will happen and always does.
Sits up in the corner, does Melody, as the right-hand side play is what's mostly being done here by Aslan, to try to keep pressure on that side, force expenditures on that side, the absolute best he can. Lightning does clean up a little bit here, but gonna have to worry about that Golden Knight on the right-hand side, and this push on the left-hand side looking super dangerous right now.
And that's that pressure that you're talking about, Rich. It's so imperative so that lightning had to be used on the other side of the board, because had a lightning been available here, it would already be game over. And we see there the lightning coming down again. This is trouble right now for Aslan, as he needs to try to create enough offense, and he's not got enough ways to create pressure because so much has to be spent defensively.
And the E-Giant pullback, and this is one of the things about playing Drill, Magic Archer, NATO. And you see Melody able to contend with it. Drill, Magic Archer, NATO, if you can find ways to line up that Magic Archer and control the E-Giant on the opposite side of the board, that's where you can really dominate E-Giant.
Yeah, those defenses, though, the Electro Giant just demands so much that lightning becomes incredibly impactful, because, like we were just saying a moment ago with the defense, the lightning coming out on the right-hand side made it so that the lightning couldn't be played on the left, and then we saw the results of it here on the right-hand side. So a nice game here. Wow, the Magic Archer actually almost steals the game in the last seconds for Aslan.
Wow, so close, 45 HP. And it was one of those ones, I mean, what you saw there on a Melody that was really brilliant, and we saw some of this from Viper last weekend, is the NATOing the Magic Archer away from the bridge so it can't get that lineup, can't get that damage. And we saw him just sitting there, knowing the Magic Archer NATO play against the E-Giant was coming in and preventing that with that NATO the opposite direction. So Melody really, really nicely ahead of it. Still almost slipped away from him there at the very end. I'm wondering if Oslon was back to NATO, and if that could have been a game changer there at the very end. Here, let's look at the replay for a moment.
And that's exactly what I was thinking as well, man. It just felt like that was what he would really, really want to do in that moment. Get that NATO in, get that tower damage in. NATO does do more damage than Log now in terms of chip. And there you see that lineup at the end. Magic Archer shot. And you can see Aslan's reaction too. He's like, oh man, if that Bomber just had a little more HP, you needed the opponent to help you out. Bomber falls off the board. What's up?
Can we see that replay one more time? I am curious about something. Now I'm trying to remember what what NATO does at tournament standard. But so let's take a look at this for a second, right? So he plays the bar barrel down. I'm trying to figure out where that NATO came in. This is a little bit earlier on. I'm wondering if NATO was in cycle. I don't know if Andrew, if you remember what. So the replay didn't tell us if NATO was back in cycle again yet. But, maybe someone in Twitch chat will go, Rich, NATO does blah, 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 HP.
It does 58 damage, so
yeah, so if NATO was back in cycle, yeah, it would have been enough. I'm wondering if NATO, we didn't see enough of the replay back to see if he was back to NATO yet, but he had the elixir for it. I wonder if that was NATO was out of cycle, or if NATO, if he just forgot that he could damage the tower with NATO enough to win that one.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where your fingers just don't move as fast as your brain, or maybe your brain isn't moving fast enough to tell your fingers what to do. NATO would have been enough, but Aslan just a little distracted by what he had to defend there at the bridge first, and then, of course, getting that Magic Archer down. He just played it on defense. Is that correct, Rich?
No, well, so I'm seeing the official broadcast, which is on a slight delay here for competitive reasons, and he had played the NATO to try to line up. That was the NATO on Magic Archer trying to line it up, and then the defensive NATO played the opposite direction by Melody.
Okay, got it.
So the NATO had just been played, was not back in cycle, so he wasn't able to get that on tower one more time. So that's what we were seeing there.
And it's one of those moments where you're like, man, was there one spot earlier in the game where I could have got some chip damage with that NATO? Because that's all it was, right? 1/3 elixir spell on top of the tower. Easy to get there, easy to play in hindsight. But we're going to game number 2. Sosa / Melody up by 1.
and you see Aslan going with Miner, knowing Nado's out of cycle. I'm kind of.
Yep, I know. I'm ready for it.
I wish you played Miner to the back of the tower. Anywhere else, he just played Nado last game. You know there's no Tornado in his deck. Don't play that first Miner to the safe spot.
It's like a pull string for you. Every time it happens, you have to mention it, but it's also one of the most viable commentaries there are. If you don't play against Nado, get that Miner to a different spot. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, absolutely no reason not to. Just don't play it on the inside corner, inside back corner for a snowball to king, and you're fine. Here we go. Royal Giant down. Gonna get 2 shots here, I think. No, Log prevents the second one.
And Melody pretty even, considering that Valkyrie will demand a response.
And no splash damage for Valk.
Yeah. Skeleton should be enough here. No, he goes Miner instead.
Interesting on the choices here. And that's going to leave Melody with a pretty significant advantage. A 3/4 health Archer Queen, or 2/3 health Archer Queen. And Aslan has to reply. Yeah, he has to respond to it, which still leaves the elixir advantage for Sosa / Melody here as we get closer to double.
That makes me a little bit nervous. Like you said, we're getting very, very close to double. That Fire Spirit, when you're already down a handful of elixir, yes, it's a little bit of chip, but it also allows your opponent to just go, all right, let me set up the push that I want, and I can support this, or I don't have to, so now Royal Giant probably going to come down on top of that mortar. There it is.
And it's interesting, you know, he didn't set up for a big offense with the elixir advantage. We're talking about Melody right now. And I think maybe it was just he was concerned about mortar push opposite lane, and that was a big part of it. But I'm a little surprised to see Melody kind of sacrifice what was a significant elixir lead that he had still in single while playing a Royal Giant deck.
A great sequence here for Aslan, protecting that Archer Queen, getting the Miner in, and now you see the overspend by, or at least the big spend here by Melody, but still ends up being roughly even. Valkyrie has to come down to stop this Royal Ghost, which means gonna have to innovate a little bit on defense here for Aslan on the right.
Yeah, I mean, breaking through against Mortar with Royal Giant can be super hard. And we're seeing that even though with an elixir advantage right now. Sosa playing this one pretty close to his chest, as that Royal Giant's going to get nothing. Archer Queen gets picked up by the Valk on the left-hand side.
And another Royal Giant comes in, getting put on skates a bit by the Fish Boy plus the Royal Ghost, but now the Royal Ghost lost in traffic.
Well, Mortar plus Log, and that's the big thing here, is that 2-card combination. You're spending 6 there that mostly shuts down the Royal Giant, and then you add in that they start supporting the Royal Giant, and you can get good trades on the with the support cards, kind of in that fight behind the RG as it's trying to break through. So this is a overall pretty cool situation here for Oslon, as long as he doesn't make any significant mistakes.
And that should be a fireball coming in, but decides not to. It instead sets up the defense with this mortar. And yeah, you know, when you look at Sosa's deck here, or Melody's deck, it's one of those instances where he wishes he had the Mother Witch instead of that Hunter, because that Mother Witch would be able to put in work on the skeletons, which are going to be a great response every time to that Royal Giant coming down. So we'll see how much the Electro Spirit comes into play on those offensive pushes from Melody, but not having the Mother Witch to spawn piggies is just a little bit of a rough draw.
2038 on the left-hand tower. Valk's not going to get there. 1980 now, as Melody sets up his Royal Giant on the right-hand side. Defensive mortars. We're not going to see much in the way of offensive mortars unless Aslan makes a mistake and feels like he has to pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say there's no reason to get those mortars anywhere else. The best thing your opponent can do is fireball that mortar plus the tower, and then you have a free Archer Queen on the board that you can protect.
And a little extended that lead there on the left-hand side. Final 18 seconds. And Melody just finding no way through.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that Melody didn't really account for, man, is just the bait cards, right? The skeletons or bats, things like that, they just put in so much damage so quickly. When you have the mortar defensively, when you have a log, you can throw down those skellies for a great trade and not an overspend, and you can still create offense on the opposite side. So a nice game number 2 there from Aslan to even up this set. We're going to game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about deck picking, and that was just about as perfect as it could be. Complete shutdown job there against Melody in that second one. And after like a kind of a frustrating recovery where, you know, he could have taken game number 1, lost it by 45 HP. But you talked about the mentality of Aslan. He got a great matchup there. But playing it patiently is probably the most important part about that matchup. Not freaking out. You know, so many people might play that and then really be trying to pressure the opposite lane against the Royal Giant a whole lot more. And Aslan just played the slow game, got the damage where he needed to, and then just shut down those pushes.
It was one of those instances of immediately recognizing the macro and going, okay, so Mortar, beefy, always get it on the board. Fireball will come in on top of that Mortar, but that's not something you have to worry about, which is why it's not something we saw Melody doing, because that Fireball is not going to take the Mortar out of play, and it just leaves the other lane open, or it leaves that AQ to wreak havoc all over the board. So Aslan going, all right, that's fine. I'm not going to get any offensive Mortars. I'll do all my stuff with Fire Spirit chip, Miter chip, Log chip, and then I'll get Fireball value if I can. He only played 2 Fireballs. One of them was on top of the Archer Queen crossing the bridge, and the other one maybe was on tower. I can't honestly remember, but just based off of what you're seeing there, he knew exactly how he needed to win this game. The moment he saw his opponent was running Fireball instead of a bigger spell like Lightning or even something more effective like Earthquake, he had that game locked up.
Yeah, he certainly did. And also a good call there from Aslan, recognizing Lightning being out in game number 1, Archer Queen coming in for game number 2. So very nice picking there overall. And now we start getting into that game 3 conversation, right? You have Fireball out on both sides. You have NATO out on both sides. You have Miner out on the side of Aslan, but still available on the side of Melody. It starts to get where Clash Royale dual mode gets really fun.
Yeah, Fireball and NATO out. Hey, I know a deck that runs Royal Hogs and Mirror. That could be a lot of fun. But can you run it the same way that Mohammed Light does? You see that those are both out. Another option, go to the skies, right? It's not super popular right now. Lava Loon definitely isn't super popular, but there are Lava versions. I wouldn't go Lava Clone. I don't think that's the best idea in this moment, but going to the skies could be a good idea. You have no NATO, you have no Fireball, you don't have that knockback, you don't have the King Tower activation. It could be a good draw, but it's also not really in the forefront of either of these guys' favorite decks to play, at least for what I know.
Yeah, I mean, look, and there's also Fireball bait variations you can play with pigs, right? Especially if you're Aslan right now and you're recognizing Fireball out, Log being out, Archer Queen being out, not to mention that you really have a lot of, it's going to be difficult for you to get to with Lightning being out, to get to any flying machines. So the ability to sort of abuse flying machines on your side of the bridge can be a big issue as well.
I was just going to say, yeah, with Fireball NATO out, that actually seems like a great thing. And plus, we've seen the 6-man be more and more effective. The 6-man does stack up pretty well in a lot of decks in the meta. Obviously, Electro Giant not going to be in the mix, which is one of the things the 6-man is moderately successful against. But when you talk about trying to get on top of that flying machine, trying to get on top of those piggies, and if you have Royal Recruits in there, also could be a really, really nice deck selection. Actually, I like that more than going to the skies, but, you know, I'm not picking these decks for these guys.
Heavy twice out of Melody with the Electro Giant, and then Royal Giant. Let's see if he goes faster, and it's bait here in game number 3.
And already looking from Aslan like it could be Royal Giant.
Did play Ghost in game number 1, so that's why you're seeing Dark Prince in here if this is RG.
And regardless of the building here from Melody, most likely going to be Inferno Tower. That could be a great draw for that Lightning, so we shall see. And no Mother Witch in play. Let's get that barrel on the board. Nice E-Spirit there to clean up for a +2 trade. Aslan, though, lets that +2 trade kind of go by the wayside as he leaks 2 Elixir.
Yeah, and it's double bait for Sosa, which, you know, with NATO out and Log out, that does make contending with those bait cards a little bit more complicated. You're a little bit slower here. You don't have the King Tower activation ability that you would normally have with the NATO, and the Log, of course, being out makes dealing with both of those two mean you have to spend. You're pretty much, except for that Electro Spirit, which will give up some damage, you're almost always spending heavy. But take a look at that, 21-33, big lead, but now double bait push comes in the opposite side.
Does he have the barrel?
Oh,
Oh, that E-Spirit does not do what he wants, and he doesn't get the King Tower activation with that snowball. So still in the lead by about 600 is Aslan, but that was exactly what you want if you're Sosa. Now you can start to be a little more cheeky, a little more aggressive. Princesses at the bridge, Dark Goblins at the bridge, naked skeleton barrels, what have you. And so this is at least not the best in terms of Aslan not having the barb barrel.
That E-Spirit actually prevented the King Tower activation by damaging the Goblins beforehand. If he'd played that E-Spirit in the bottom left corner in anticipation of the Skeleton Barrel popping, he could have gotten that King Tower activation with the Snowball, but that's a lot of processing to do in an exceptionally short amount of time.
And I really like what we're seeing here from Melody in terms of getting these long-range cards on the board, because there's really not a great way to get there other than Lightnings coming down, which if he was going to the left-hand side, he would Lightning that Princess plus Bomb Tower. And so that he waits for the Dark Goblin to step up and still gets a good amount of damage of it, all from the works of that early Lightning kind of opening up the wound.
Bomb Tower is a really funky call here, right? Because you already have the splash damage of the Valkyrie, plus the delivery, and even the Princess to a certain degree. You know, we were talking about Inferno Tower really should have been the building here. And of course, against Royal Giant, that seems like it'd be the better call. Bomb Tower just seems like kind of like almost a non-factor in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Melody did the wrong thing by listening to us, right? And talking about how it could have been great to go 6-man Royal Hogs. This deck against 6-man Royal Hogs would have been miraculous. It would have been one of the best draws we've seen in a long time, but that's not what Aslan came up with. So maybe Aslan going, all right, this is the most obvious pick. Let's go to the less obvious pick. And now he finds himself in a wonderful matchup.
1382 to 1421. Game not over yet, but a lot of work to be done for Melody. And keep in mind, like, it's hard for Melody. It's almost impossible to stop all the damage every time. And just like that, you see the damage coming in. So now the question is, can Sosa prevent this push from taking the game? And when that pig comes in, that probably means no. Has to play a Goblin Barrel to try to prevent the... Nope, can't do it.
Yep.
Aslan goes ahead and takes it. No lightning block available as the pig puts it all the way done. GG, well played. Aslan moves on to our semifinals, and we'll be back next weekend competing for that golden ticket.
Yeah, you look at what Melody had there, and that would have been a great matchup for going against Royal Hogs 6-man. You have the splash damage, you have the delivery, you got the Bomb Tower, you got the Valkyrie, you've got everything you need, but not the matchup that you wanted. And Aslan, you got to give him credit where credit is due. Again, recognizing probably this is the most obvious choice. This is actually probably the most effective choice. However, the most effective and obvious choice is not always the best. Let's go to that second step. Like we talked about that chess match earlier between Mo and Vitor. The same thing comes into play with deck selection, and the chess game was in favor of the Turkish player.
And you're seeing here the Bomb Tower, he's trying to play high, stop the Royal Giant, can't get anything down to try to go attempt the lightning block there. Yeah, Sosa just kind of getting stuck there with the matchup game at the end. Made it very, very close, and the half of that was that Oslon didn't have perfect ways to stop the double bait push. But
yes,
when you give up that much damage that early plain bait, you're putting yourself in a real tough spot.
And the really hard thing with that as well is that, yes, Melody / Sosa is going to be able to get good amount of damage in, but those counter pushes every single time, because you're playing a card or a unit instead of a spell, that Mother Witch was always able to get value from the skeleton barrel popping and those goblins.
So moving on is Aslan. Melody, another tournament going deep, just making top 12 last week in the Masters Challenge final, and then same thing here, going pretty deep in this competition, but falling just short, as you can see, exiting right before the top 4, which was the real important mark here. And now we go to our final semi-finalist. Will be either Schwatzen or Quentin. So we'll see if Quentin can play the upset here against Schwatzen, who should be the favorite going into this one.
I mean, Titan, Jonah, Viper, Vitor, all excellent players, but as we get closer and closer to our top 4, Mo, Hugo, Aslan, and then now as we look at our next head-to-head here between Schwatzen and Quentin, it feels like it should go Schwatzen way. He has a lot more experience at the highest level. However, if you look at the path that Quentin had here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, it was a lot shorter and a lot easier.
Much indeed. You know, you get it done pretty quickly, and you'll get yourself right into the top. Top 8 ladder finish. So now I'm trying to figure out, is Quentin somebody else? Let me go ahead and try to do a little pull up here and see if maybe we're falling victim to the different name here.
I believe, oh, he's at the top here, yeah. So Quentin, it looks like his other profiles are like lightning with a Z. RH Lightning with the Z. He had a number 8 ladder finish, as you guys can see right there. 100 Grand Challenge wins, a couple 20-win badges there as well. I mean, he's got a decent enough profile, but it doesn't quite stack up to what you see on the other side with Schwatzen.
Yeah, I mean, it's Schwatzen's been around for a while. We said that a lot today already. And we're in a heavy meta again, which benefits Schwatzen overall. He was, like I said before, one of the best people who benefited from the Barb Hut meta. May it rest in pain, because I'm very glad to see that Barb Hut meta gone for forever. But this is, we're getting into the territory where there are some players we don't know as well, but there's also ones where you go, okay, but that Lightning Z I've seen 1,000 times. You see it all the time, but you don't see it here. And so that's one of those big questions is, can you make that big leap and get into the mix for next weekend?
So Quentin did go the distance in his earlier set, his most previous set here, and it looked like what he decided to go with. Interesting stuff, right? Game number 1, Valkyrie, Dark Goblin, Rocket, and Goblin Barrel. So not a big change up there, pretty much bait in the meta, swap out Inferno for Cannon, and you have Rocket in there. But game number 2, he went with another bait deck. So this is maybe actually practice, but he's practicing decks that look very different than what we're seeing in the meta. Cannon Cart, Rascals, Barrel, Princess. So he's a person that looks like he's playing just a little bit off meta, maybe a little bit of a flair to bring here to something that's a little bit less predictable. I don't know how effective it is though, right? Rascals have been pretty much out of the meta for a while because of the domination of the Golden Knight and how prevalent the log has been, and also the fact that Skarmy came into the meta, which meant that logs could be used on princesses, on rascals, on dark goblins, and then you can use that Skarmy on the barrel. So a shifting of the cards, addition of cards really changes the meta and also changes the defense. We've heard Josh talk about it, we've heard Eric talk about it, we've heard a lot of pros say that when you're playing against bait, the key is to defend the barrel with something other than log, and then log princesses off the board for chip damage and +1. So it looks like, at least in practice, he was going with with a lot of bait cards and also a little bit of control. I'd be surprised if he came out with control or bait though in game number 1.
That would be a bit surprising here. Maybe that's just something that he likes to play potentially as well. And so who knows, like, how much people are practicing the decks they use competitively versus going to what they're into. And reminding of Z, we have seen him a lot. I'm trying to remember where I saw him a bunch. It's in international competition, playing with France in the 2021 No-Tilt Worlds, where they took 2nd place. World Royale League with France, they took 1st place in Season 7 back in 2021. So a lot of international competition, and of course some top 10 finishes on ladder, which puts you in the top 1% of the 1%.
So here we go. Actually looking at what he ran in his most previous set, it was Hog EQ with Inferno and Firecracker and Knight in game number 1, so different there, which he was able to pick up a win, and then picking up a win in game number 2 as well. He went with P.E.K.K.A, Ram Rider, Mother Witch. So interesting stuff here, and also decks that we have not seen at all in the competition. We'll see if he continues to keep his opponents guessing here, as him and Schwatzen have a bit of a stop and stare.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Hog EQ Firecracker. At one time, as you mentioned earlier, just the most annoying thing on the planet. Not so much around anymore. Very, very curious.
Yeah, and so both of them just hanging out right now. You wonder, when people do this right now, it's usually a really bad starting hand with Graveyard. No, excuse me, a really good starting hand with Graveyard, Golem, Electro Giant, or sometimes Royal Giant, but honestly, Royal Giant has so many cards in its arsenal that are good to cycle early on. So curious here in game number 1 of our final match of our quarterfinals. One of these guys will move on to be in our top 4 and a guaranteed ticket to next weekend.
Curiouser and curiouser, one might say, and Flying Machine up high to pop the Goblin Cage as you get a nice little 1-2 punch going across the board. Pun intended. Does it get the 1? Does not get the 2, though. 27-15. And Lumberjack opposite lane here for Z.
And it's
Whoa!
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this clone? You see the bat, there it is. It is clone. You see bats, you see flying machine, and you think it must be clone. Fireball gonna come in and do work on that Mother Witch, so a bit of a tower trade situation going on right now.
Oh boy.
I don't know about that Inferno.
Yeah, I don't know about that, although this E-Giant gonna shred the right-hand tower. And here we go, clone in again. And when you get 2 clones attached to what is essentially the same push, that's where things start getting real nasty. But can they finish? They do. The clones just barely get it done, but now you have a full health E-Giant going the opposite direction.
Piggy's in tow. Lightning gonna come in and take care of the flying machine, but not the baby dragon, as another incredibly healthy Electro Giant is on the tower, and that is a very dangerous spot for Z Quentin to be in.
I am just, you know, if there's one deck I thought you would not have any chance of seeing today, it was Lava Clone. I would have said E-Golem. Battle Healer was more likely than Lava Clone today. And here we are, Lava Clone, and looks like it's going to go the way of a loss here with the E-Giant in the pocket, and Lightning will go to finish that one off pretty easily. GG, well played. But hey, it did happen today, so if you had that on your bingo card, congratulations.
I think that's the best way to put it. You know, there's a reason we don't see Mighty Miner right now in the meta. It's because Electro Giant is everywhere. And I actually think that probably goes right to the way of what we just saw. Lava Clone not super effective because of E-Giant again. E-Giant can be played right up at the bridge to stop all the units behind so that clone isn't as effective, or it can be dropped right in the heart of the clone. Or you go opposite lane like we saw Schwatzen do, and what do you use? The NATO. The NATO is going to do a great job to clean up all those little pups, all those spawn flying machines, and it just wasn't quite in the cards early on because Schwatzen recognized, I got to go for a tower trade here, but when you talk about it being a 2-tower game, that felt unwinnable for Quentin.
Yeah, and you know, you did talk about the Mighty Miner being out of the meta because of E-Giant. Well, guess what's out of the match now, though? E-Giant.
There it is.
E-Giant played game number 1. We know that that Quentin, a.k.a. Z, likes playing bait decks. And we know he's been playing that Riley bait deck with Mighty Miner in it. So that does get interesting as we go into game number 2.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, right? The fact that E-Giant is out in game number 1 does just completely bring Mighty Miner back into the conversation. Lightning is out as well. Golden Knight is out as well. Golden Knight, one of the best responses to Mighty Miner also, because you talk about being able to get that late dash in after 3 seconds, very similar to the Inferno Tower or Inferno Dragon interaction. And then when you look at what Z has played already, you have to start playing this mental game of, all right, so Skarmy's out. Probably not going to run into Giants or into Skeleton King. Baby Dragon is out. Probably not going to run into any form of Graveyard. Lumberjack is out. Probably not going to run into any form of Golem. So there's a lot of things now that Z is kind of pigeonholed himself into. I think the worst thing he can do in game number 2 actually is going to that Mighty Miner bait deck. I'd much rather see that maybe in game number 3 when it doesn't feel as obvious. However, it does at least appear that he has really enjoyed playing those bait decks. And so if that's his comfort, maybe that's what we see here in game number 2. He would have loved to run what he ran in game number 2 of his last set with having P.E.K.K.A. and Ewiz in there, and then Ram Rider being able to create pressure in opposite direction, plus that Golden Knight. But not in the cards, not early on here, and a quick game number 1 in a weird game number 1.
Yeah, you know, honestly, if I'm on the side of Z here, you know, you talk about Baby Dragon being out, and that undermines a lot of graveyard decks. I would maybe try to figure out a graveyard deck that's available, right? Because you don't have the Mother Witch involved anymore. That does open up some opportunities there for you. You know, that's an interesting thing to try to figure out. But, you know, we talked about how, you know, Z's kind of been on the edge of the periphery of competitive, so to speak. And Lava Clone game number 1. I don't think you're in a matchup here against Schwatzen where you needed to shoot the moon in game number 1, which he attempted to. So that does seem like kind of a nervous choice, if you will.
Well, when you talk about the cards that were used, right, as we just kind of went through it, a lot of those cards will be available later on in a set, and you don't need to open up with something as gimmicky as Lava Clone because everything is available. Everything is at your opponent's disposal. There's so many cards, even spirits that can do good work against that. NATO is everywhere right now. It literally is in so many popular decks. I would have loved to see Lava Clone in game number 2 or game number 3 once less viable viable options or less viable responses were available for his opponent. But Schwatzen picks up game number 1. He rocks E-Giant. He does it well. And we're on to game number 2.
And a game number 2 where Schwatzen has to be feeling pretty confident. And I think we're seeing that confidence kind of return. We saw it dim when he joined Misfits in the fall split for our 2020 season of CRL. And I think it was because he realized very quickly that the 2v2 synergy with him and Bob the Rock was clearly not there in that season. And then you mix in that the meta shifted and his 1v1 just didn't favor his play style. I think right now we're seeing that, hey, he's going, it's a little bit thicker, it's a little beefier meta, to use a term you like a lot. And I think that we're starting to see Schwatzen feeling the mojo a bit more.
So Fireball comes out on top of the Magic Archer, which means that Mother Witch can spawn a couple of piggies from that Mega Minion. Giant Skeleton Bomb will make those piggies a non-factor.
Look at the Mother Witch drill here for Quentin Z in our second game here. Schwatzen with the Fish Boy feeling very Royal Giant-ish, which is right up and down the line for him.
Yeah, and we'll see, if it's a drill situation here for Quentin. And a bit of a stop and stare. As you can see there, Schwatzen scratching his face, just going, all right, let's see what happens next.
Fireball going to be nice here for the German, having that for the Magic Archer or the Mother Witch, and going Fireball plus arrows in this matchup. Yeah, I mean, he used the Lightning in game number 1, so finding out some other ways, and 7 Elixir to do the job of 6, but with more versatility, not too bad.
Yeah, maybe he was looking for the fact this could still help on the other side with units that don't get close or within log range, and this would be good to have against bait, which we've seen Quentin/Z run a few times already, so maybe that's the idea here from Schwatzen?
It's very, very possible. So a nice little hedge out of the German as we get the double elixir time. 50 seconds remaining, and so far a small lead for Schwatzen on the right-hand side, 27-34. As the drills have been the only damage thus far for Z.
Goblin gets a stab in there, but now a very good counter push on the right-hand side will be enough to get a Royal Giant down, but that Magic Archer does complicate things a bit.
Archer Queen forced that Barb Barrel out, so the extra 2 has to come in. One shot does go on that left-hand side, but now this makes things easier for Schwatzen to begin to stack in the right-hand lane. Magic Archer does get the job done, though.
Yeah, Magic Archer getting a lot of value right now, and now finally comes off the board. Graveyard is in for Schwatzen. So Graveyard with Fish Boy.
That's what it was when it was arrows and Giant Skeleton. So much of it felt like everything feels like it's supposed to be Royal Giant here. There was this one small part of me was like, should I say that it could be Graveyard? Well, that sound like a dumb thing to say out loud. And now I'm wishing it had because it sounds dumber that I didn't say it about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, not a very conventional Graveyard deck here, but definitely has parts of it, like you're talking about. Mega Minion, plus the Skeleton, Giant Skeleton, obviously the arrows.
Fisherman's just so weird.
It is. That's really the biggest kind of wrench in the system here, because Fisherman is so rarely in anything other than Royal Giant, and then every now and then you'll see it in Golem decks, but in Graveyard decks, just not quite as popular.
Dark Prince going to get in front of the Giant Skeleton, but the Giant Skeleton already tanking. As Z's trying to change the conversation to the left-hand lane as it's starting to get overwhelmed City on the right-hand side.
Yeah, only 1 minute or 55 seconds remaining here. Fishboy gets another hit on that tower, 1488 to 2090. And a Giant Skeleton, no, he goes Archer Queen instead.
Drill to the right-hand side. I'm kind of surprised he's still drilling there when he has even damage on both lanes.
Same.
Now you're
I
setting
think
up.
It's a bad idea.
He does take a big lead here, though. A very big lead. But now the question is, can you hold off the Graveyard for 30 seconds of triple elixir on the right-hand lane? That's a tall order. Drill in one more time on the right-hand side.
Dark Prince should be back in cycle. There it is.
There you go.
And a nice NATO to pull it away, though. Dark Prince not going to be quick enough to come back around. 342 remains.
Wow.
Not enough to spell his way out because he only has NATO, but it is going to be enough probably to win this game.
Fireball in, arrows in. Can the graveyards, can the skeletons get the stabs?
Wow.
NATO cannot do it. Schwatzen not able to hold on at the very end. And, you know, I was thinking that the plays into the graveyard side were risky. He got the damage, though, and was able to hold on nicely. So GG, well played. Maybe part of that was that he also wanted to play the stack game in the middle.
Yeah. I don't know. I really don't. Once that drill started going same lane against these really strong units that are on the board in terms of the giant skeleton plus that Dark Prince, it felt like there would be a way for a pileup to happen. But I guess, again, when you talk about the synergy of Schwatzen's deck, the Fish Boy didn't really have a great purpose in this matchup. And I think that's one of the things you kind of have to latch onto is you go, well, yeah, the Fisherman is there, and yes, it's you know, a little tanky, and yes, it can kind of change the conversation in terms of pulling units, but it also isn't synergistic with this deck. And I think really late game, that Fisherman kind of made Schwatzen play in an uphill battle.
And that Dark Prince with the NATO on the Dark Prince at the end was the big factor there. And it just ended up getting so much damage for those goblins when they popped. So Z able to capitalize there at the end and take it away. But man, it's one of those ones where you're sitting there kind of going like, it feels like that game shouldn't have gone Z's way at the end. But man, that combo so nasty, and that's why you see it played.
Well, with how popular Drill is right now, you just think that maybe Schwatzen would want to have one more response to Drill. I mean, I guess Arrows is maybe his other response, but he knew, Quentin knew, Z knew late game that Schwatzen had kind of relied on the Dark Prince to always be the cleanup. But then once he started getting those drills in with the NATOs, that Dark Prince was pretty ineffective. And he knew that would be the play, though, because he knew that Fisherman coming down would be even more ineffective. So it had to be the Dark Prince. So it was almost like painting his opponent in a corner. And then that Dark Prince was never really a factor offensively. It was never there to support the push. It was never there to put the giant skeleton on skates.
Well, it's almost at the end, too, where you just saw Z do the NATO pull on the giant skeleton one drill cycle before. So you know he wants to do it again. Drop the Dark Prince and then drop a second unit on the other side to hedge. You know, that's what we saw. We've seen a lot of hedging from Schwatzen. In those final moments, we didn't see him hedge that defense against the drill that was the deciding factor.
Yes, exactly. And the fact that drill really had to demand the Dark Prince out, like you said, if that's what he did on the previous push, he has to make up for lost damage. He was behind, and that's what drill players do. That's what they always do. They either drill Fireball, or they drill NATO, or they drill Magic Archer, because they know the drill is not enough on its own. You have to support it, and you always can later in the game. That elixir is just it's a necessity. It's a necessity play. You have to create that space. So a great job, and we're going to our final game of our final set here in our quarterfinals to figure out who the last person will be in that top four, joining the other four in Rosen, Novel, Interage, Morton, and Viper.
I'm a little annoyed you didn't also say the final person who would join those four. Yeah, because we would have gotten enough finals in there. We didn't quite get it.
I know. I was gonna say it. I was like, I just can't say final again.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
Yeah, I know. I was feeling you. I heard the intentional last. Let's see. NATO out on both sides. Fireball out on both sides. Log not played by either, and looks like they're both going to similar ideas. And here you go. Z's going to that Firecracker deck that you saw him running earlier.
Yeah, Hog Rider coming out here, and then of course Piggy's in the opposite lane. A missed mortar does get the King Tower activation, but that is a lot of damage to take early on and a big time overspend.
Yeah, you don't love seeing that one out of Schwatzen, and man, that could be a massive factor because now you know Z is going to be happy to play EQs as you attempt to defend those Hogs.
I'm so curious. I mean, the mortar was even offset to the right-hand side. For it to not be able to pull that Hog Rider is just brutal.
Yep, super late, and now is happy to cycle like a madman is Z early on, as Schwatzen is going with a very slow variation on Royal Hogs.
Cannon maybe coming out here. No, he just goes Valkyrie, opts to get units on the board, goes guards up high, Firecracker falls off. And
so
no
minute
reason
15 down.
Yeah, I was going to say, no reason not to press the issue here. You got that Valkyrie cruising on the left-hand side that either has to be attended to or ignored. And so great damage in both lanes.
Yeah, Schwatzen in a spot early on. Poison, an interesting call here from the spell perspective, but he'd already used NATO, Lightning, Fireball, and Arrows. So you understand why Snowball's in there for a little bit of knockback, but you know, it's almost like going to a deck that cycled Rocket. I mean, Poison, it's so weird how much Poison has fallen out of favor in this game right now.
Yeah, it's just not quite as popular as it was even just one meta ago. And if you talk about Schwatzen's deck here, it's really interesting, right? Like, we don't see a lot of Royal Hogs, Cannon Cart, plus Mortar. It's just really, really expensive.
Well, trying to find a way to make it heavy. Here we go. Big Sen on the right-hand side. Snowball in that knocks the Valkyrie into the pigs. Maybe he was expecting for the guards to be there instead.
And that Firecracker, that pesky Firecracker, putting in work on the Hogs from the opposite lane, out of poison range, 1736 to 762. It might feel like the gap is getting more and more narrow, but I feel like Quentin is just sitting back and knowing he's got a lot of damage that he can comfortably take, and he does not need to press the issue at all anymore.
Yeah, he's playing this very maturely. After what I would call an immature decision with the Lava Clone in game number 1, this is a very mature game being played by him here with everything on the
And
line.
just no elixir again to deal with that. It's 2 Valkyries, naked Valkyries, walking straight down the lane untouched, and have brought that tower down to 525. So now the dual lane pressure conversation can come in. But again, like we said, Quentin playing maturely needs to continue that trend. No reason to try to do anything fancy.
Yep, GG, well played, easily handled by Quentin/Z here in game number 3, and he will be appearing next weekend in our golden ticket final. Schwatzen seemed like he was on a good path all day today, and then just kind of gets bumped off of it here in these last 2 of this match.
I don't really understand some of the deck choices. And you know, again, I respect Schwatzen a lot, and I'm sure he had a plan behind both of those last 2 decks. But Fisherman being in that graveyard deck, and then this really, really expensive Mortar deck, it's almost like when you look at this deck, he didn't know what he needed to defend against. So he's like, I'll just throw in a little bit of everything. We could stop anything that's in the meta right now, anything in the skies, anything on the ground. But the problem is the synergy just wasn't there in the previous 2 games. And you can see Schwatzen feeling it. He knew it early on. The missed Mortar, that was already basically sewn up. At this level, with EQ cycle, missing a Mortar pull, it's pretty much GG.
Yeah, that was a brutal way to start the game off, and he just did seem out of sorts. I think that he really felt the ending of game number 2, where he probably could have defended that drill if he double dropped on it, or dropped then dropped, and not given up an insane amount of Goblins damage. And even if you stop a little bit of that Goblin damage in game number 2, he's able to turn around and put a lot of damage the opposite direction. So I think he might have been feeling that, and maybe a little bit tilted. Strange deck choice, missing a pull early on, and you know, it's not uncommon that Schwatzen finds himself in those situations.
Yeah, and someone who is maybe not in these situations that often is Quentin. Let's take a look here at our bracket, at our top 4. When you look at the names that are there, not a huge surprise. Obviously, Mohamed Light, our number 1 seed coming into the tournament. He dropped 2 games along his way. He's been sitting back waiting for our semifinals to come in. Hugo, one of the best players in France. Aslan, one of the best players in Turkey. And then Quentin, right? Quentin/Z, maybe the biggest surprise here in our top 4.
Well, 8.5K player, no joke. And now you also keep in mind, Quentin adds yet another Frenchman who's going to be appearing in our tournament next weekend. So France has a lot of people in the mix for a golden ticket right now, which I'm sure would be exciting for that scene overall.
That's right, joining up with Viper and Hugo, but still more to come for both Hugo and Quentin as we are about to take a break. We'll be back with your semi-finals, just a few more matches to go. We have our top 4, but who's going to take that massive cash prize?
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex.
And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series European, Middle Eastern, North African Finals. Brought to you, of course, by Snapdragon Elite, where winning matters. We think winning, think Snapdragon. I'm Rich Slayton, that's Andrew Guy, and we're down to our top four here, who, of course, already have qualified for that golden ticket final. But, Andrew, they are playing for more now because we get into the big money right here, right now.
That's right. These top four players, as you can see, that prize purse, $2,000, go to the next two players eliminated. First person to win a match or a set here in our semifinals will be guaranteed 4K, and of course, $9,000. Will Mo Light continue to stack cash, or can someone else steal a tournament from him? That's what we're looking at in our top four. Mohamed Light and Hugo, and of course, Quentin versus Aslan. Those are the four remaining. Let's take a look at the first one that we just mentioned between two greats in the game, one of which is on his ascension. The other one has been at the top.
Yeah, I mean, this is that big question, right? Yeah, we're asking, why is Mo running such weird decks today? And maybe it's just he's trying to give people a chance at also making money playing Clash Royale. because it's insane, the checks he's been stacking. And now it's like, okay, this best of 3 is for $2,000 more, and then the next one's for $5,000 more on top of that. Let's see what kind of antics he has in this semifinal. Hugo, on the other hand, you know, you talk about a guy who France has kind of been run by 2 players. First, it was Azealis. I mean, you had also like Lupanji, Donkey Kong, a lot of other guys there, but you had like kind of an old guard. And as that old guard went out, you're like, here's the opportunity for me to be the next big guy in France. And then Viper goes from being a Hog Xene 801 trick to being a true competitive star. So I think Hugo is one of those guys who has a lot to prove. And a win against Mo right here to put yourself in running for that $9 grand, that would be a big one.
Definitely. I think, you know, you guys have heard me talk about Hugo. Again, a big fan of the guy. I don't think coming out with Mortar in game number 1 is a good plan for him against Mohamed Light and his team of analysts. However, we talk about Hugo being able to get to that next level. Yes, it's great to have Mohamed Light's head on your wall as someone you're able to take down in a tournament, but I think it's more about building his confidence to reach World Finals and to succeed at World Finals. Getting a win here would be massive for just that and that alone. Yes, it's great to beat Mohamed Light in the best of 3, but doing it in a competition at this level, being able to go, all right, I do belong here. I can play and beat the best. And that's the confidence boost that Hugo needs right now.
Well, we'll see if he can put that together against Mo, who, as we've been talking about rarely today, he's kind of playing without a net this time around, which seems a little different from usual. You know, the conversation has always been around Mo and analyst Mo and the squad, but Mo kind of just doing his own thing, which, you know, you'd think on one hand that would be better, but turns out it's still a problem.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you can't beat him. You can't beat him in either way. So Hugo going to have to figure out how he's going to get through this best of 3 with the dual mode and with changing things up in terms of what he likes to come out with early on. Because Mohamed Light, if he does one thing better than anyone else in this game, it's his deck selection in this format.
So here we go. Game number 1, Hugo and Mo. Starting off very slow, and the ratio of staring contests, of slow openings, has been very unusually high in this competition.
Yeah, you know, when you hear pros talk about it, when you hear pros commentate on games now, they're always a little bit surprised with the stop and stare to start, because there's always usually a log or a spirit or just something that you can cycle early on. And so Mohamed Light gets tired of playing the waiting game, and he busts out the Skeleton King.
Flying
Hugo
machine.
going something very different, right?
Yeah, very, very different here. Mother Witch behind the Skeleton King, and Mother Witch is on both sides here. Fireball will open up a little bit more room here. SK will not pop his ability, but Mother Witch gonna hang on here. Does she get the barb down? And she does.
And that baits out the arrows there from Hugo. Now tied in Elixir, but ahead by 400 is Mohamed Light.
Hugo's probably biggest achievement is one that Andrew was commentating for a whole lot, the Game Stars Season 1 champion for the Frenchman, and that competition didn't have as many top-tier players, but you put him in that top-tier conversation. You know, you have Hugo making top 8 for the Brenchon Golden Edition earlier this year, top 12 for the Masters Challenge. You know, you look at a guy like Hugo, and with points not accumulating over the course of the tournaments this year like they did last year, he's one of those guys who feels like it's hurt by that, because if they were accumulating, he probably would be in a pretty good spot on the leaderboards if we were using that 2021 format.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something we saw from a lot of the guys that were just outside of the top. And Mohamed Light gets a great fireball in on top of a Mother Witch plus a Flying Machine kind of crossing paths, one cycled up higher, one cycled in the back, and that leads to a huge hit early on against that right-hand tower with the Skeleton King. And this is a little bit of what I was talking about with Hugo, is it feels like he's playing a little more cautiously because of who he's running into, whereas you see him be a bit more aggressive when the opponent maybe isn't of the tier that Mohamed Light is.
And, you know, you understand, right? You understand being more cautious against Mo, but then you also think about, okay, but does you changing your playstyle that drastically, does that take you out of your element? And at what point do you decide that when you're that you don't change your playstyle because the opponent has become more dangerous?
Right, and the last thing that you want to do is play Mohamed Light's game, which is what we're seeing as of right now. So Mo now finally getting that Royal Giant down with already a ton of damage done on that right-hand side. Royal Giant will need a little bit more of a response here, so Zappy's come in one shot, will not get the second.
But that pig adds to it a little bit, 556, and so far finding no way through is Hugo, and you see some people in the peanut gallery throwing the crying skeleton out. Because, yes, we all agree this is the emotion you should be feeling.
2 fireballs and 2 logs will do it, but no urgency needed for Mohamed Light. And there you go. There's a great fireball pull.
Piggy's finally come out late in the game. And that's the first real opportunity. But look at this, right? Mother Witch goes to handle the flying machine and still creates damage and pressure the opposite direction and puts that within fireball range. So won't need it. Royal Giant takes care of business. Man, that's one of those ones where you're going, hey, I found this one opportunity. Let me make you play the fireball so my flying machine's more annoying. And then the Mother Witch just goes and says, no, your flying machine is an irrelevant part of this conversation.
Great example of min-maxing there, where Mohamed Light could have dropped one more unit on top of those piggies after the fireball came in. He goes, nah, I got so much HP on that tower. You could do 2,000 damage to that tower. Doesn't matter. And because of that decision making, Hugo had no elixir to spend on the right-hand side because he knew it was a sellout push on the left. Mo just did so much great work early on, as you can see right there. Log pushes those zappies back, skeletons piling up on the tower. This is right after the fireball took out the Mother Witch and the flying machine. All the best units to deal with that graveyard. Arrows isn't going to do enough, or excuse me, not graveyard. It felt like a graveyard because it was a Skeleton King, but you guys know what I mean.
Yeah, and you see, I didn't even notice the little contemplation from Mo beforehand, as our return doesn't have all the camera feeds in it. And Mo, when the arrows comes out, kind of with like a little and then nods as he does the math and figures out what he's up against. And from that point on, it was just slow and steady, wins the race. GG, well played. Mohamed Light, 1 game away from being in yet another final.
Yeah, and you see the mistake, the proof is in the pudding right there. You can see, based off of what cards Hugo played, what he was doing. He was defending, right? 3 Goblin Cages, 5 Barrels, 5 Arrows. Only 1 set of Royal Hogs came out at the very, very end. So on the back foot for the entirety of game number 1. And that's not what you want here, because dropping game number 1 means that Hugo might go, all right, I got to go Comfort. He still has all the cards available for Mortar, but I really, truly believe going Mortar here in game number 2 is going to be a bad draw for Hugo. If I'm Mohamed Light, that's the number 1 thing I look for. He could just throw Earthquake in his deck. He could still play so many different variations. He could throw Lightning in there, whatever it might be. Mohamed Light, I'm sure, has something up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a little outside of the norm today so far. This last one, maybe a little bit more down the line, although Skeleton King with Royal Giant, maybe a little different than going with the Archer Queen variations. Either way, Mo's been up to the task today of rolling with strange motions, strange opportunities. So it's one of those things for Hugo where, you start getting into the conversation of, am I going to play Mortar just because I know that he knows that I know that he knows, or do I get weird with it? And it's one of those things where you're also sitting there. It's almost like you're in a straitjacket in a room with padded walls. You don't feel like there's a good way out.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about him trying to change things up, that's exactly what he did in game number 1, but it was very clear. We called it very early on. He was playing incredibly cautious. He wasn't very comfortable with the deck. He only got 1 set of Royal Hogs out. He got punished early with bad interactions. Really, Mohamed did all the damage he needed to do with just a Skeleton King push after a good fireball, and that alone shouldn't be enough to take a game and really just put it in favor of 1 player, considering his win condition. The Royal Giant didn't need to come out till after the tower was already down to 1200 HP. So Hugo, yes, not predictable in game number 1, but also not super effective.
We are very late in this competition overall, very deep in this competition, and you start thinking about where those nerves begin to come up for a guy like Hugo, not just about who he's up against, but also as the stakes rise up. He's done well in other ones, but this is kind of the point in a competition where Hugo's always met his wall, right?
Yes,
he's never kind of gotten past this spot other than in Grand Zone. And so it's one of those questions of what do you do mentally to get past this point in a match? in a tournament, and that's a hard question to answer.
Yeah, and I think what you said earlier about Game Stars that he won last season was very true, and that's that really felt like the minor leagues. It felt like the NBA D-League. It felt like a place where the best up-and-comers that we're going to see a lot more of in 2022 and 2023 were kind of starting to make their path, starting to kind of build their legacy, their reputation. There weren't people like Mohamed Light in there. There weren't people like Morton or Reuben. You know, it was people like, you know, Aslan, who is also another person that we're seeing having a lot of success today. So like you said, and I think that it's the perfect kind of way to paint the picture, this is where Hugo hits a wall, and this is exactly that wall that I'm talking about he needs to be able to overcome.
So here we are back again to a slow start. And, you know, maybe the slow starts here that we've got, we were in a cycle meta for a very long time. Now that the meta has gotten heavier again, maybe that's why we're seeing slow starts so much. Is that big, the wait till double is more beneficial to more of the deck pool than it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, if you overcommit early on and your opponent decides to eat all that damage and then just go for a full send in the opposite lane, and you're playing a cycle deck and you're now down 4 elixir, that's pretty much game over. So yeah, I think you're 100% correct. The meta has shifted. It's a lot less quick cycle. It's a lot less micro interactions, a lot more macro understanding. And so Hugo logs early and then decides to just sit back and go, okay, I got a little bit of a damage lead. I got maybe the cycle or the hand that I wanted. Now let's wait and see what Mohamed Light wants to do.
So I DM'd Mo and asked him experimenting with decks, and he did reply, nah, I want to win, LOL. So I don't know. I mean, maybe he's just coming up with great stuff for matchups, but I guess not playing the experimentation game today.
Nah, I want to win, LOL. And winning is exactly what he's done as he comes out with our first Mighty Miner of the day, our second Lava Hound, to hopefully more success for Mo than the first time we saw Lava Clone.
Nah, I want to win LOL, so now I'm running Lava Mighty Miner.
Lava Double Miner here.
Lava Double Miner. This is... All right. I guess that... Yes, you're... I don't even... I'm out of words. I don't know what even to say anymore. I want to win, so I'm going with Lava Double Miner.
2 flying machines on the board already, and now we have a brutal push coming in with Flying Machine, Mega Minion, Skelly Drag stacked, and a Lava Hound on the tower. And Hugo's just got to be wondering, what on earth is happening? I'm here for a reason. I've played so great today, but he is just getting bodied by Mohamed Light.
Yeah, this is just crazy. And that's one of the things, too, is you expect, you know, one of the things he's done a good job of is being unpredictable with deck choices and getting into stuff where you're like, okay, I expect Mo to play quote-unquote outplay decks. Expect Mo to play faster, looser. And then here he goes with this super-duper heavy Lava Double Miner deck. So just, you're trying to game plan for a guy who's, game match. Mo's going to the finals again. I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day. Am I going to end up punching the guy at the street corner and stepping into a puddle? What's going on?
You see his little celebration on camera, all smiles, thumbs up, a little round of applause for himself, because he goes, look, I can play anything, and I can beat anyone. I'm going to play, Lava Double Miner, Mega Minion, Skelly Drags with Flying Machine. Why not? And I'm not even going to have one moment of sweat. I'm not even going to have one push come in that's effective. I mean, the fact that he already had 2 flying machines on the board that early in the game and had enough elixir to put down a Lava Hound and a Mega Minion right on top of it. If I'm Hugo, I'm just like, who's giving this guy elixir? Is he taking it from me? Game, set, and match. 2-0.
I replied to his, what Mo DM'd me about, I want to win LOL. I replied, you're a mad lad. And he just replied with a crying so hard, I'm laughing so hard I'm crying face. So that's the state of mind that he's in right now. You know, I don't
even
think
a little chef's kiss right there at his celebration.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see nerves out of Mo again until we get to Worlds, until we get to like the very end of Worlds. Until then, we're gonna see cool, calm, collected, because he's got World Finals in the bag. He's got enough money to handle himself for quite a while right now. Yeah, so I'm very curious to see if any nerves return when we get to Worlds at the end of our summer, but right now he's just playing smooth and clean.
And you look at Hugo's 2 decks, right? Royal Hogs in game number 1 came out 1 time. Royal Giant in game number 2 didn't come out at all. Not predictable, but it does not matter. And then you talked about predictability with Mohamed Light. He is not giving anyone any information other than, guess what? I hit the random deck button and I still win, because that's what he seems to be doing. We saw Royal Hogs mirror with Barbarians. We saw now double miner with Lava Hound. Let's take a look at our bracket as we know who one of our finalists is going to be. He's already guaranteed $4,000. Let's see if he can take the 9. Aslan or Quentin. You want to win, but you don't want to have to go against Mo. It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, look, you'll go get the shot. Maybe the win here bumps you from 2,000 to 4,000 with a chance at 5 and some bragging rights. You know, so that's certainly nice. I think at this point, what everyone, these 3 guys with Mo and the 4 who are already into our bracket final next week, what they're all wondering and hoping is just don't put me on the same side of the bracket as Mo next weekend. That's really the only thing that matters to any of these guys right now.
Yeah, I want to run into him 1 time, and that's in the grand finals.
Yes. Yes, exactly. In the grand finals where I will have been guaranteed a golden ticket because you already have one. That's the the whole goal, right? So here we go into our other semifinal. $2,000 guaranteed, another 2 on top of that for the winner here. Oslon versus Quentin, aka Z. And we'll see who can pull this one out. Will it be the long-standing Turkish pro, or will it be the upstart young Frenchman who is joining, again, a massive contingent of French players? I don't remember, is Inaraj French or is Inaraj German? Because we might have, I know we have at least 3, if not 4 French players in our final next weekend.
That I'm not 100% sure about. I'm sure I can figure out right here, right now. Inaraj is also from France.
Yep. Wow. So you're going to have
you go.
4 players. 4 players out of the 8 next weekend will be French. So France, it's like one of those things where, guys, if a Frenchman does not take a golden ticket, I mean, you got to get Zidane out there to headbutt Mo or something to get him out of your way, because this is a big opportunity for the French Clash Royale scene next weekend.
Yeah, and then obviously Morton Royale is going to be there, as well as Rosen Nobles. So still an opportunity to make it on through. But with Aslan and Quentin right now, these guys are both trying to put it together to come to the grand finals against Mo, where the question is always going to be, do I go comfort or do I go for unpredictability? Because neither of them seem to be enough to take him down. When I look at this set between these 2 guys, I do feel like it should be Aslan's set to lose, but we've also seen some really good stuff out of Quentin and some very different decks out of him on the day.
Well, the recovery, again, like that last matchup against Schwatzen where he played Lava Clone to open up, which I thought was a real silly decision, and then just played really excellent Clash Royale in games 2 and 3 to recover and take the win. That's one of those things where you're like, okay, as long as we can just make the decision-making more consistent, you're in a really good spot overall in this competition.
Now, on paper, though, it is a bit of a different conversation. Aslan was actually a replacement that barely made it in here, as tied with Titan for our 16th seed in terms of points, whereas the guy that we're looking at right now in Quentin, or Z, was the 2nd person to win one of the 6 open qualifiers. In order, it was Mohamed Light, then Quentin, then Viper, Omar, Hugo, and Reuben. So technically, on paper, this is actually Quentin's set.
And Mortar going to be going by the wayside here. Skelly's back to another Mortar here, I believe. Yep, and far side Mortar with the log to knock back. So this is a nice spot for Aslan here with the Mortar log plus the DPS, as long as he plays mistake-free Clash Royale.
And I really like that high mortar, just in case the lightning were to come down. Didn't want to give value on top of the Musketeer mortar and Princess Tower. You would have had to pick 2 of the 3. Most likely the 2 would have been the Musketeer and the mortar. But instead, we see Aslan defending well and turning his defense into offense, as we see our 2nd Mighty Miner of the day.
Hunter to the left-hand side. Gets the RG not quite in front of it. Hunter sneaks on through, and that's so frustrating when you feel like I've just got that Royal Giant down in time and it doesn't quite turn out to be the case. And log will prevent any shots coming in. So Aslan just going to sit back, try to get some minor chip. and just make sure these defenses are all sequenced appropriately.
Yeah, Aslan really happy to keep running into these Royal Giant decks when he's playing Mortar. He's very good at being patient with his Mortars. He's very good at playing them defensively. And also, when you talk about what he's up against here, as long as he can avoid that Electro Spirit reset on his Mighty Miner, that Mighty Miner is going to put in work time and time again.
And this time Miner goes to the outside. Bats behind. Fishboy going to pull. Hunter going to turn the wrong way. Bats take care of some business, but Hunter will still be there. Sequencing not quite how Z would want it, though. EQ, and that's an X factor in this matchup, Andy.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That Earthquake makes things very frustrating for Aslan. Way cheaper than the Lightning, obviously, by 3 Elixir, which means he can get back around to it. And if we're playing the same lane game here, with Miners being your only form of damage and log chip, I actually think this is going to be trouble for Aslan moving forward, unless he innovates or unless we see a mistake.
That's a lot on the board right now. Royal Giant, Giant Skeleton in front, Archer Queen behind. Now low with the Mortar, trying to get the bomb for some damage here to try to defend against this push. Royal Giant still doesn't touch. Lead currently being held onto with a nice save there by Aslan.
Yeah, now that Miner is out of cycle, so if I'm Z, I just reset. Exactly. Get that Giant Skeleton in the back, get that Royal Giant behind it, get the Fishboy where you need it, get the Earthquake Elixir ready to go and hovered for that Mortar.
And Aslan, you're sitting there, maybe you're watching at home and you're going, why doesn't he play the Mortar higher because of the Earthquakes? Well, you play that Mortar higher, and that Archer Queen's going to be right there, ready to take it off the board. So this Earthquake makes for a lot of problems for Aslan, who just went from a game that was fairly easy to control to one that's going to be very tight as we go forward.
Yep, and Aslan is in the lead right now. That Electro Spirit doing great work against the Bats. There's a poison coming in. I actually don't love that poison. We'll see if he gets punished for it. Basically only doing a little bit of damage to the Fishboy in the back, but a good turnaround there. So Archer Queen stays at bay, and so does the RG.
Archer Queen just a little bit distracted there, so she does not get onto the Mortar as fast as you would have liked it. Now here we go, EQ cycle in, 30 seconds left. Miner goes up to the front. Fishboy, can he pull? No, he doesn't until very late, so damage in. Now that's going to be under 1,200 HP, down to be close to 1,100 HP on that left-hand side. Pressure in from Aslan.
And you can see that Z just sets his phone down and goes, I cannot break through. I was not able to turn my offense or my defenses into any form of offense. And you got to give credit to Aslan, doing a great job never giving up on that Miner chip. Then the poisons start coming in late. He recognizes we're in triple elixir. That poison is fine. If it hits anything, it hits the Fisherman. And then a really, really good job of making that Archer Queen and Royal Giant and Giant Skeleton cause their own traffic jam on Z's side of the map.
Yeah, eventually to the point where you're just too far behind in the spell cycle game and you're not going to get your RG on tower. It felt like Quentin could create some problems, and this was where you started seeing those problems come in with the EQ. When the Archer Queen up high during the push that was right before that final exchange, when that Archer Queen didn't turn to the Mortar, and I believe it's this Archer Queen here.
Yeah.
Right? So you see the Bats in there, the Mighty Miner down low, and that Archer Queen just couldn't turn to the Mortar and get it off the board. I think that was the nail in the coffin overall for Quentin. So nicely played with the high Bats out of Oslon to go ahead and seal that game.
And just incredible control from him also. We've seen it now against RG Fireball, I believe is what it was before, and this time against RG Earthquake. Z had good responses for the Bats with the Electro Spirit. He had a good way to get on top of the Miner with the Hunter or the Fishboy, but just not able to put that sequence of offense together where he has the Giant Skeleton up front, the Royal Giant behind, the Archer Queen in tow, and then whatever he wanted, whether it be a Fishboy to pull the Mighty Miner away or an Earthquake to get on top. And that comes down to the cycle, right? It's almost 1 elixir more in general. It's 1 elixir more to get all the way back around. And Aslan, again, just absolutely abusing his Miner poisons.
And a really great game 1 deck to win with, right? Because you have 4 cards in that deck that are really not going to impact the rest of your deck choices. Bats, Poison, Mighty Miner, and Musketeer. So, making the call, like, I guess the part of the call was making the bet, hey, it's a good deck. I'm strong with it. It's very high chance I'm against Royal Giant, which is a nice shutdown matchup for him overall. And then winning with that, now your options, it's almost as though you played a dual mode deck, you're playing dual mode, but you only spent 4 rather than spending 8 in the first game.
Yeah, 100%. And also you talk about that Mighty Miner and how effective it was in that game. You know, running Electro Giant is just not something we see a lot. We've only seen it one other time today. It did end up picking up a game just barely, but that's the idea there, I think, is that you go, well, I don't know if my opponent's gonna run Electro Giant. I really don't think so. This isn't top ladder, mid ladder, or grand challenges where it's everywhere. This is the top of competitive. So Electro Giant playing a completely matchup based game number 1 is usually not the way to go. So what does Aslan do? He looks it right in the face and goes, perfect. Let me play the one card that is basically irrelevant because of that card.
Yeah, and a very nice win for him overall. And so now it's Z trying to go back to the drawing board and figure out what the heck do I figure out. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 and see what he's come up with for the recovery. And keep in mind, we were already just here where he had a rough game 1, had a nice recovery in games 2 and 3. Can he do it again?
And again, with the stop and stare, seeing it so much more just a week and a half later after the meta changes to what we were looking at for months. Yeah.
I mean, I got used to not even worrying about this, where it would happen,
I know,
you know, once every 2 tournaments. And now we're back to this slowdown.
I mean, the good thing about it, man, is it's the place where we get to work all of our best material.
Indeed, indeed. We'll have a bunch of characters built out for you next time around. Next week, come back, it'll be all accents during those slowdowns.
You're welcome.
And Aslan going Ram Rider here.
Wow, and already he's going to get a connection with those piggies behind. Mother Witch is going to turn that Skeleton King in. Mother Witch is going to turn that Mega Minion in. Aslan and Mohammed Light going to the finals. I'm calling it right now, 70 seconds in to game number 2.
Oh boy, that's all it is. It's an oh boy. Who's playing Ram Rider right now? Who's doing that? Right? Ram Rider literally used to be a guaranteed piece, but nobody right now.
I was going to say literally these 2 people. And if you look, this is one of those things that I don't like to see out of younger players. Yes, it's infuriating. Yes, it feels like it's over, but you can already see 10 Elixir leaked. Quentin has put his phone down. He's walked away. He's not in the same room. He doesn't want to play Clash for a week. And Aslan goes, hey, no problem here. Let's go to the finals. Let's beat Mo.
Well, he has to play Clash Royale in a week precisely, so he better get his head on straight and ready for that one. As Oslon takes the easy 2-0 and heads on to our final, where we're going to have a really interesting Mediterranean matchup between the Turkish Aslan and our Egyptian player in Mohammed Light.
Yeah, I mean, what a... you look at the bracket throughout the day, and maybe we'll check in with that in just a second once they move Aslan under their grand finals. A lot of back and forth going to game number 3, but we get to our semis, and it's just 4 games up and down, 2 to the better players on both sides. Aslan beating Quentin, which we thought, we called earlier saying Quentin does have the matchup on paper in terms of where he's seated, but in terms of experience and what we've seen in competitive, it did feel like it was his set to lose, and we saw sheer domination from him. But I think what was more surprising was the fact that Hugo was just not able to put anything together against Mohammed Light. And it was kind of this story in our first set of our semifinals where there's your win condition and win condition and a half in terms of the Skeleton King just not being played, not able to get them on the board due to early mistakes and their opponents capitalizing.
Yeah, less than 10 cards played by each player, and we're already done with the match here in game number 2. So this was one that went very quickly. And, you talk about the way that it went for both Hugo and for Z. And one thing, we've talked about a few times today is the veteran mentality and just the strong mentality of Aslan, right?
Yeah.
That he's a grinder. He's not he doesn't quit out. And again, I'm not blaming Z for recognizing a lost cause here, so to speak. But, you talk about if I'm picking based on mentality going into next weekend, Aslan definitely is one of those guys who I think when the going gets tough, he's going to be the tough that gets going.
Yep, let's take a look at our bracket for our final 2. And if you look along the way, Aslan went to game number 3 in his previous set. Quentin went to game number 3 in his previous set, but Hugo didn't find a loss until he ran into Mohammed Light. And that's what we're talking about. You have to be able to play through those losses. and that's something that we didn't see Quentin or Hugo do here in our semifinals. We'll see both of them next weekend. They'll be joining Mohamed Light and Aslan and our other 4 competitors that have already qualified to fight for that golden ticket. But here we go. Does Mohamed Light continue to just stack cash, getting huge paychecks from 4 figures all the way up to 6 figures, or does Aslan pick up one of his biggest wins in his career? I truly do believe this is a great moment for him to let everyone know 2022 is the year of the Turkish.
Yeah, I'm making my notes right now for our next episode of 3 Crowns that we're going to be doing in a couple of weeks, to just like, okay, let me write down Mohamed Light wins another thing. Find more Mo Light B-roll, because now, like, that show, we're on episode 6 next week, and once again we're gonna have to cover him winning something. So I mean, I guess at this point my plead is just to one of you other 7, give us a story and somebody beat him next weekend so that we can have like a big surprise feature where we talk about Mo not winning something.
I just feel like we talk about him on every broadcast and on every single episode of 3 Crowns, but that's what happens when you keep winning. We'll see if he can continue the trend once again, or will Aslan be able to dethrone the Pharaoh? We'll be back with our grand finals in just a minute.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way.
And welcome back to our grand finals here at our European Middle East North Africa Championship for Split 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series for Clash Royale. I'm Rich Slayton. That's Andrew Guy. And if you're just joining us and you weren't here for the rest of today's broadcast, if you came out just right now, I'm going to give you one guess of who's in our championship matchup. And if you don't get it right, then you've literally never watched competitive Clash Royale before. On the other side of things, I'm not even saying his name anymore. It's done. On the other side of things, Turkey's Aslan. Let's go.
It's exhausting. It's just like Mohammed. I need a soundboard that just says his name for me because I'm getting exhausted. I love watching him play. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And now it's Aslan's turn to step up to the chopping block. Can he beat the unbeatable, the Pharaoh of Egypt, the best player in Clash Royale history? We just spent the whole entire break just geeking out on Mohammed Light, which it feels like is the only thing we've been doing for almost 2 years now. He's unstoppable. It's his macro, it's his micro, it's his deck selection, it's his master of the meta, it's his innovative deck. It's literally everything. And then there's Aslan on the other side of it, who has been stellar all day today. 2-0 over Rosanova, who we'll see next weekend. 2-1 over Melody / Sosa. And then, of course, a 2-0 over Quentin, which we just saw in dominant fashion in our semifinals. But all of it doesn't matter when you come up against the best.
Yeah, you know, in any other conversation, looking at Aslan and you're going like, hey, like, let's talk about all the great things he's done, the tournaments he's won, his #1 finish in global tournaments, his performance in Game Stars, his 20 win badges, 8.4K player, all these different things. And then you're looking at Mo and you're like, okay, you got #1 on ladder 4 seasons in a row, and then you won the Brenchon Cup Golden Edition, and then you won, oh no, he won Queso Cup Golden Edition. Sorry there, Sam. You know, then you went and won the Masters Challenge. Like, you just win. The blemish on your record from the last year is that you got second place at World Finals, right, where you took home $100,000 from that. It's just bananas. I don't know what to do anymore. And I'm pleading with people right now. Aslan, please beat him. Just somebody do it. And then if not, one of you 7 get it done next weekend.
Yeah, because at this point, rooting against Mohammed Light, you're not even a bad guy anymore. You're just like, give someone else a chance. You're still going to be at World Finals. You're still going to make another 50 grand this month playing Clash from all the respective tournaments out there in the world that you continue to place in the top 2. Can you be beaten? We'll find out right now. Aslan has played really great stuff. His control has been incredibly impressive today, but that control has come on the shoulders of Minor Poison with Mortar in the deck. Mohammed Light has run into that matchup 1,000 times on ladder, 1,000 times in challenges, and now 1,000 times in our massive tournaments. Doesn't matter who they're run by, Queso, Brenchong, or right here, Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, when winning matters, you got to thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you guys so much for the prize pool. Thank you so much for this incredible spaceship that we're hanging out in. And now, Rich, it comes down to this. Game #1 of our grand finals. Aslan, Royal Giant, Mohammed Light, Minor Control. Mortar Control, excuse me.
Interesting to go Mortar offensively that early against what you assume is a Royal Giant deck.
Yeah, just trying to create pressure there. He will get one shot in. The fireball did come out, so you see a 1 elixir favor in the hand of Aslan, who decides to take that and double down on it with a Royal Giant cycled in the back. You know Mo will be able to get back around to another mortar.
And this is interesting. We just saw this play the opposite direction in favor of Aslan, so let's go ahead and see if he can find some way to contend with this when it's in the hands of Mo, when he's the one playing Royal Giant.
Yeah, you know, and our producer, Phil, big shout out to him, who's been helping us out for this entire run, was kind of asking, what is it about him? And it's everything. It's every single part of the game that you need to be good at. He is mastered. And he's also a guy that's been known to just go copy deck. So this isn't the exact same thing that we saw out of Aslan. It's very similar, a little bit slower with guards instead of skeletons, but the idea is still the same. Mortar maybe up high here to push the Royal Giant back. No elixir in hand, excuse me.
Gonna take a lot of damage here. Fireball for a little bit of knockback to prevent any more damage, but just like that, the lead does change, not by a lot, 1988 to 1866. Music choices very different in those 2 years, but not that much of a separation when we're talking about HP.
1866 music, that was a bop.
Here we go, now defensive mortar set up for Mo. Getting it down early to get those cycles going, and nice pickup there with the Royal Ghost, although more minor damage will come in and take the lead back here for Mo.
And that's going to be the name of the game, just like what we saw Aslan do so many times earlier today, is just get those defensive mortars down and get that minor chip damage in. When you already have that much damage on the board, the only negative for Mo is the fact that his opponent took so much as well. You see the miner coming in trying to protect that Musketeer. Musketeer still gets on tower. Miner not quite doing the job that Mohammed Light sent him out for.
And there you go. You see the variation on defense out of Mo playing the guards plus Musk and Giant Skeleton that time around. This is the second time he's going to take a lot of damage from a Royal Ghost, so very interesting situation here. As we're going to see a lot of damage. Note this is the Fireball variation rather than the Earthquake variation that we saw run when it was the reverse decks for Oslon versus Z. So that does change some of the math, but you talk about math right there, 1146 in the bottom right-hand tower is a very important number.
And I like the idea that Aslan had there to change lanes because he had pressure in both lanes with the Archer Queen going down the left hand. He thought that he could maybe create more damage on the right with the Royal Giant. Not going to happen. Mohammed Light in control here, 972 to 1692. And that minor cycle game, he's probably the best at it in the world.
Yeah, you know, a reminder to people, I've said it before on many broadcasts, but in his origination, like so many of our best players on the planet, Mo started off as a mortar miner player. So obviously in his element here, as he so often is.
Yeah, miner to the inside, maybe no, goes to the top. Nice catch there, Electro Spirit plus Hunter, but that means there's an overspend, which means there has to be a Fireball. Another thing that our producer was asking is like, well, what about his reaction time? Well, you saw it right there. Fireball locked, loaded, ready to go, gets it on top of the Hunter and the Princess Tower for some more damage in. Double the HP and then some for Mo.
And not willing to give up the Royal Ghost damage this time around. And that Royal Ghost was going to the mortar. Now we'll finally get there. Miner to protect. And now it's double RG push. This is where things could get dangerous for Mohammed Light. First RG on the left-hand side will go down. Second RG gets some help. Mortar down, though, to control. Guards down. Musketeer to the left-hand side. Royal Giant in again. Aslan just trying to put as much pressure on as humanly possible. Log trying to shut down. Can the mortar get down one more time? And it does. 17 seconds left. Is there any way to break through for Aslan?
I mean, he's doing his best, but just not going to do it. Mortar placed just outside of AQ range. Royal Giants are flying. It does not matter. Mo, the moment you see him go miners on defense, he knows he's pretty much got the game sewn up. Once Mo opts out of any sort of offensive pressure with units or with troops, it basically means you have to steal the game from him at that point, because his cycle game, his decision making, or his ability to just drop offense and only play the best defense, it's always a factor. So you saw Aslan do exactly what you have to do. Royal Giant, Royal Giant, Royal Giant, Royal Giant. None of them got through. You can't beat the cycle. Log plus Spirit plus Mortar coming all the way back around, always being able to have two on the board or one ready to go up his sleeve. Rich, what's there to say anymore, man? Yeah, throw it away. He's going to take that key if it's made out of gold also.
God, it's like, do I just take my headphones off and let Mo speak for himself? A man of few words, but plenty of moves. And you see here, this was just, again, we talked about defensive variation, not always playing the mortar, not always playing the mortar on the same side, playing low mortars, high mortars, mixing it up with troops plus log to knockback. And Mo takes a little bit of a deep breath there because he did know that was one of those ones where you can't sit back, right? You have to go from here to here when you're playing that defense. But able to get it done, and now Mohamed Light, 1 win away from $9,000, and yet another number 1 on his ever-growing profile.
I don't know what it is that is so hilarious to me, but imagine getting just destroyed by a guy, and he sips a juice box afterwards. There's something so beautifully poetic about the fact, and wholesome. Talk about one of the most wholesome, likable guys in the game. He's also the GOAT, but he goes ahead and dominates you, and then he sips his juice box as he gets ready for game number 2. He does exactly what Mohamed Light loves to do, which is, all right, you've been good with this deck today. I'm going to be better with it.
You know, I wonder at what point his family realized, right, what was going on. Because we've known of players whose parents wouldn't let them compete in the league when they hit 16, right? We've seen that in the past. And at what point did his parents, obviously education very important. You try to do things with him outside of competition. He's like, no, I'm too busy studying. But at some point, his parents were like, oh, he's the best at this possible and is going to continue to make stacks upon stacks of cash. Let's go ahead and let that one happen. I wonder where that turning point is where they just were like, okay, fine, you go ahead and support the family doing this one, because it's crazy.
Exactly. I mean, living in Egypt, you think about how far that dollar goes and how much this prize pool money means to him and his family. We've talked about it for years now, and it's one of the most admirable things of so many of the top level pros in the world. When you get to that point, when you're that age, what can you do? You can help your family out. And it's so cool to see these guys, if their family doesn't need the help, as we've seen with other competitors, they set themselves up for success in the future. You know, whether that's investments or their own education, it's just so cool to see them playing the long game and having their parents support them, because you and I grew up in a time when this wasn't a real thing. Being able to play games competitively at the highest level, it was cool and it was bragging rights, and yeah, maybe you get some sponsored gear, but walking away with a 6-figure paycheck from a mobile game is something that was not even a factor when you and I were doing our thing back in the day. It was, you need to play games when you're done studying. These games are a waste of your time. Little did they know, flash forward a few decades, and here we are, mobile gaming and esports in the top of the world in competitive sports.
You know, I have it saved somewhere. Maybe I'll post it on Twitter later. But there's a great old Far Side comic where there's a little kid, like a nerdy-looking kid playing Nintendo, and his parents are standing behind him, and it says "Hopeful Parents" below, and it shows the parents like circling wanted ads in a paper. Right, that's how old this comic was. Of wanted, can you save the princess? Pays $5,000 a month, and it was tongue in cheek. It was making fun of the idea of video games. And now we're at a place where it's like $5,000 a month. What are you, a loser? Get out there and win some competitions. It's a crazy time we live in.
And talking about winning competitions, that's basically all Mo has done this season thus far. And so Aslan maybe going back to what was working. We'll see if that miner is supported with a poison and a... I mean, it could be. It could still be a poison and a mortar situation here. Mohamed Light going a bit of a different look than we've seen him do today. Golden Knight, no surprise, but the Inferno Dragon in tow, just a little bit different.
Well, and very high likelihood that Mo is running NATO here, which for Aslan running miner. This is going to be Lava Miner, which does change that a bit, but you have the Lava Hound, plus you have the NATO, which is going to make things a little more difficult, I believe. I'm trying to get my head around this matchup because I don't think I've seen Lava double miner against E-Giant with Inferno Dragon. So, I mean, gotta sit here and think about some math for a couple of moments.
Well, some of the nice things that you can at least latch onto if you're Aslan is the fact that your Flying Machine should be able to get good value on top of that E-Giant. Your Mega Minion, while it will be in the shock radius, it will still put in good work. The one thing that you have to look at and go, well, that's a total bummer, is the Mighty Miner. Where do you make that Mighty Miner effective when the E-Giant is going to be the card that you want to use it against the most, but it's also the most ineffective?
And Inferno Dragon in, I believe that Oslon is running arrows in this deck, so not going to have much to do there, and NATO goes ahead and pulls the Mighty Miner back, and no need to even use it against the Lava Hound push on the right-hand side. Instead, turn everything, including the skeleton dragons, into more pigs. So
yeah, the patience there is just brilliant, right? Just holding that NATO going. There's 2 places where I can use this. One of them is going to really shine through as where I have to. Mighty Miner gets pulled away. Mother Witch stays alive. Piggies on both sides of the board. No NATO necessary for the lava cleanup. And a very, very nice lead for Mohamed Light early on.
And that was a little bit of luck there for Oslon with the Mega Minion going to the Mother Witch rather than going directly to the Electro Giant. It does give him kind of an opportunity, an opening. And as he goes ahead, Lava Hounds directly into that left-hand side, Mighty Miner to the right-hand side.
Bomber plus Golden Knight connection on that left-hand tower. 1597 is the lowest one on the board. And now we see the Mother Witch putting in work again. You talked about her being able to spawn those piggies. I believe the word you also used was confuse. And that's exactly what's happening here is you see these units not knowing what to focus on as those piggies keep populating. Mother Witch sitting back pretty. Golden Knight connects again, and the Mother Witch is still healthy. So another big lava push going to come down here. And I'm curious if we're, yep, I was going to say, I'm curious if we're going to see the Electro Giant played defensively, and that's exactly what we got.
I think this is the deciding push. Yeah.
And the Bomber. I'm sorry to cut you off, but the Bomber was like, I know what you're going to do. You're going to send your Mighty Miner to the opposite lane. So here's a high Bomber up offset to the left. It's just impeccable.
Final 90 seconds. Not much time left for Aslan to make a case. And Mo with the lead doesn't have to get aggressive.
Nope. And he can, and you can see right there, Golden Knight, he decides to pull the trigger last second because he goes, there's nothing to stop it. But he now has enough elixir to E-Giant up high, and there it is.
Gonna take a little bit of damage on the right-hand side. Mighty Miner in trying to put pressure over there. Instead, Cage comes in the middle. E-Giant gonna move in, and man, just done a really good job of controlling these big pushes. And keep that in mind without utilizing a big spell like a poison or a fireball to clean up all the mess.
And no ground unit in cycle. Lightning in, dash in, game over. Mohamed Light wins another tournament. You see the smile on the camera, a little heart with his hands, and I guess 2 very, very unsurprised commentators here once again as Mo takes another tournament in 2022.
What are you talking about? I'm shocked. I might have a heart attack out of the pure shock value of Mohamed Light winning this. This is insane. We're out of superlatives. We're completely out of superlatives. We already upgraded him from the Prince of Egypt to the Pharaoh. At this point, what's next? Osiris?
God?
Like, where do we go from here?
And also, you're hurting us up here, Mo. Supercell's gonna be like, what are we paying these guys for? They just say the same thing about the same player for 6 months. Well, he doesn't lose. Everything is just better and better. Every shift of meta, every addition of card, every new champion, every interaction, it's just buttoned down, dialed in, unstoppable. He's the GOAT, and he's sticking around.
And these defenses were just completely on point, shut down gameplay. And that one of the big things to keep in mind here is there was really just no phenomenal answer. Going with the double miner, there's no phenomenal answer to the Golden Knight, right? Because you were trying to create offense with the miner, so that's and it's out of cycle. Maybe save the Mighty Miner for defense against the Golden Knight and turn it into something on the opposite direction. But overall, it was just brutal. And you see Aslan is kind of like, okay, all right, you did it, we get it. And Mo, and Mo never stops smiling when he wins these things. So, GG, well played. I'm gonna go ahead and make a note in for our episode 6 of 3 Crowns to go ahead and pull more footage, and then also just go, everybody who's preparing for next weekend, all 7 of you, just prepare for Mo. Just someone go out, just make that your focus, so that we can have something shocking for next weekend, and so Mo doesn't get his 3rd golden ticket.
I mean, how do you plan against him? That's the other thing that's just so difficult and why he's so good and he's ascended every other person in the game is you look at the decks that he ran in every match that he watched. I don't think he repeated one deck. I guess maybe he repeated the idea of the Golden Knight NATO situation, but otherwise it was just, let's try this out. Let's try this out. Let's take a look here at our bracket. Mohamed Light perfect in his final 4 games to win yet another championship, take home $9,000 more. Titan and Vitor. I guess you could walk away with the fact that, hey, I took a game off of Mo. No one else did that today.
Yeah, if there's a feather in your cap from that one, besides the $500 or $1,000. It's took a game off of Mo. I mean, people do it. People have even taken sets off of him. It's becoming more and more rare as time goes on. So GG, well played. We have our 4 finalists to join our other 4 finalists for next weekend. Mohamed Light, Aslan, Hugo, and Quentin, a.k.a. Z, will be part of that top 8 next weekend, right here, same place. If you're watching on YouTube, go ahead, subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, go ahead and follow. Make sure you're back here for next weekend, where those top 8 will go ahead and join Rosen, Inaraj, Viper, and Morton to see who will take that 4th spot at our Clash Royale League 2022 World Finals.
And a big shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, think Snapdragon. And while all this winning was a lot of fun and qualifying was important, $9,000 to boot, not too bad. However, next weekend is when it really matters. And like you said, Rich, you're only going for silver. Yes, you want the gold. Yes, you want that top spot, but you only need to finish in 2nd to go to our $1 million World Finals.
Unless you're on Mo's side of things. So start crossing your fingers, sacrifice, to start making sacrifices, building altars, getting whatever sort of help you can get from any deity you've ever heard of right now, so that you can find yourself on the other side of the bracket. That's it for today's show, everybody. It's been a whole lot of fun here. Thanks to everybody for over on your side, on the other side of the camera, for watching, being a part of it. Of course, you make it so that we can do this. Thanks, of course. Shout out to my buddy Andrew right over there. Did I point the right way? I did point the right way.
You did.
That's Andrew Guy. I'm Rich Slayton. Thanks for everyone here, especially Phil. Shout out for taking care of us today. We will see you back here same time next weekend to decide our next World Finalist.